Hello, hello, hello. Hope everybody is doing good today. Just give me a second while I set this up. There we go. Because I want it to be in a private window so that way it doesn't affect my YouTube related video algorithm. I do not want ATC videos to be appearing in my recommended. That's not what I want. It sounds like something I would be interested in, but it's really not something that I want. So, 7-4 gear ATC versus pilots. Because this is probably the largest repository of air traffic communication there is, without there being like just a ton of, because here's the thing, like this fella actually explains what's going on. Usually when they give you the communications, they don't say anything about... Let me see if my headphone... I haven't turned my headset on yet. They're headphones, but... I mean, come on, it's aviation. Gotta call it a headset. It might have a microphone on it, but... it's not like a proper headset, so it'll probably sound terrible. Let's go ahead and look at the... Man, I low-key want to just change it to the microphone, like, on the headset, just to see what it'll sound like. It'll sound exactly like they sound like on these videos. Let me see. Can I change it? I don't see it as an option. We might not be able to change it. Actually, I think I disabled it anyway, so. Sound settings. Okay, they make you go through a couple things here. Oh, no, it's not disabled. Oh, wait, no. Hold on. Input devices. Yeah, it's disabled. Okay. Yeah, disabled it. I'll enable it just for this. Just for authenticity. Is this really what it sounds like? Hold on. Let me check if it's set to... headset. Wow. You know what? We finna keep it like that. I don't know what's up with this. This OBS only showing the default and the line. Elgato sound capture. I think that's what's determining. No, it's not. Okay. You know what? We're just gonna roll with it. We're gonna roll with the punches. I hope that I can at least be heard. Let's just go ahead and start with this first video here. I'm starting on video 21 because that's where I left off on. Actually, I haven't finished this one yet. I've watched all these videos already, but it's been a minute. just gonna skip here, I think.
Sure, you would.
Okay, here we go.
In my life, but that was a great example.
Why the fuck can't I hear anything? Oh, not this mess again. Here we go again. Okay. Sometimes it fixes itself, sometimes it doesn't.
Of that in aviation.
All right, that's a lot better.
I want you guys to have that as something to remember as you go through your aviation career. You need to take care of the people behind you. Okay, this next one is real short.
Ground Southwest 1533 with a quick question. Was that a yes? Check what you got. Oh, what I got. How do you pronounce the departure we're on?
Okay, I changed it to the headset and now the audio is failing again. So, I think... Wait a second.
Which departure are you on?
Yeah, my computer doesn't like that. We're not gonna do this. We're definitely going to go ahead and disable this system here. Yeah, I disabled it for a reason. It just messes everything up.
SWTSR? Switcher. Like the very mediocre and overrated Dallas Cowboys coach. Got it. Someone's not a Cowboys fan. No, someone's a Jimmy Johnson fan, and that Super Bowl is not Barry Switzer's.
Air traffic control communication is meant to be very brief and concise. When you say, do you have time for
Dude sounds very serious for talking about, like...
kind of like off the record. It's on the record, but it's like off the record. Like, you can casually talk. Because if they have time to do that, they'll say, yeah, sure.
He's talking about football,
for example,
but...
I've had it where they say, hey, tail number,
he sounds
blah,
extremely
blah, blah.
serious.
Time for a question, and I'll say, yeah, what's up? What's up is not something you'd ever hear me normally saying on the radio. But a couple of years ago, I was flying about 400 troops, and we were flying overseas. Obviously, when I'm flying military troops, I don't ever talk about who I'm flying and where and all those things because I'm not allowed to talk about that on social media. As we're flying up the coast, getting ready for everything to go overseas, the controller says, hey, do you have time for a question? And me, being a total dork, which I normally would never say this, I go, affirmative. Like, I don't know why I even said that. The controller goes, hey, are you Kelsey from the YouTube channel 74 Gear? I'm like, maybe, thinking, why have I just acted like a total dork now? And the guy recognizes my voice. He just wanted to say thanks that he really enjoyed the video. So I'm having this quick conversation with the guy. The captain's looking at me and he's like, how does he know your name is Kelsey? And I'm like, but it just goes to show you that you never know who you're going to run into.
Why didn't you just tell the truth?
About some pilots who wouldn't be so dorky to say affirmative when someone asks if you have time for a question, you're going to want to watch.
I don't know.
And
dude, you do know.
Pilot have a total breakdown when air traffic control.
He literally told you how he knew.
Watch this video up here. I look forward to hearing from you. Until then, keep the blue side up.
All right. So now we're gonna get to an actual serious video.
Air traffic control versus pilots.
Cessna 36 Bravo, that would have been good information to know prior to your departure.
You gonna ask?
Coming up. Welcome. Been full plane. Passengers that are having problems in flights that don't go very well.
Tower 4785, visual 311.
Tower 4785, San Diego Tower, looking couple departures prior to arrival, wind 33022, gust 31, runway 31 left, clear to land.
31 left, Tower 4785. Tower 4785, we gotta go.
Yeah, I've learned that some of these ATC people, they tend to say the wind with the runway. Some of them don't say it. But I believe, like, on the call, when you're like letting out a string of information, you would either say like you would combo the wind information with which runway you're landing on. So if there's like an issue with the wind, like if there's a plane in another runway, or if there's a plane like on the same runway or close by or something like that, then that's where you would tell them caution wake turbulence or whatever the case may be. Why am I messing with my keys?
Go ground.
Endeavor 4785, roger fly runway, heading maintain 2000.
We're heading 2000, Endeavor 4785.
Endeavor 4785, turn left heading 250.
250, Endeavor 4785.
Endeavor 4785, when you have a chance, can I have a read for the go-around?
Yeah, of course. We got a guy curling up in the bathroom.
Ah, alright. Endeavor 4785 can contact you, approach 125.7, they'll bring you back around.
25 cents, Endeavor 4785. Thanks.
Something that's really good that the pilot
You
did
couldn't have
when
said
he
that in a
was
better way.
communicating with air traffic control is he read back just the part that was relevant when she gave him all that information. Listen to this.
Endeavor 4785, Kennedy Tower, there'll be a couple departures prior to arrival, 133022.
Oh, I didn't even notice that part.
Read back just the part that was relevant when she gave him all that information. Listen to this.
Endeavor 4785, Kennedy Tower, there'll be
There'll be a couple of departures prior to your arrival. I don't know if you really needs to know that. I guess just to make sure he's on the right runway.
prior to arrival,
That's pretty convenient.
133022, got 31, runway 31 left, center line.
31 left, Endeavor 4785.
You see how the pilot just said cleared land? Granted, he was mumbling a little bit, but he said just cleared land. That's really the relevant part to all the things that air traffic control said. Sometimes I'll hear newer pilots, and I'm
Yeah, but if I was there, I would tell him what runway I was on as well.
back all the winds and the traffic.
Like, there's a lot of
all the
variation
things
with
that you said.
with the
Those are just
communication that
information
I've heard on
pieces.
these
Those are things
videos.
that are instructions that you're required to
Sometimes
read.
they say the wind,
That's
sometimes they
what's
don't.
Very important there is the clear to land. So
I guess it
that's
just
sort
depends
of
on the airport.
communication, and so the pilot did very well in that part. You heard me say in the past that when you hear a communication from air traffic control, if you read back exactly everything that they told you, if you read it all back in the way that they said it, usually you're going to be saying everything correctly. Obviously, there's exceptions to every rule, and this would be one of those exceptions. So they did do everything well here. Now, this airline, Endeavor, flies the CRJ, which is a plane that I used to fly. It's a regional jet. It's really a great plane to fly. And for all of you that aren't ever planning to become a pilot, there is something here that's very important that you can learn from this audio. Listen to this part here.
Endeavor 4785, we have a chance, can I have a read for the go-around? 4785.
Wait a second.
A great plane to fly. And for all of you that aren't ever planning to become a pilot, there is something here that's very important.
Oh, he's talking about, like, don't throw up in the bathroom because, yeah, I remember that.
Have two jump seats, and one of the jump seats is in the back in front of the bathroom, which means that if the person was in the bathroom throwing up, the flight attendant couldn't be in their seat, which means the flight attendant's in an unsecure spot and the passenger's in an unsecure spot. So the pilot did the right thing about making a decision to go around. It's better to do the go around, come back and later when everybody's in their seat.
God, I need to replace this chair.
You're never planning on being a pilot. If you're in one of those smaller
Or get a
jets
standing
that
desk.
land and you feel like you're
Actually, I kind of want to use my backup chair right now.
that's in the seat in the front of you, take that and throw it in there. Will it be embarrassing? Yes. Will people hear you? Also yes. Will people smell your throat? Probably. So all of that is going to be terribly embarrassing. But not as embarrassing as probably what happened in this scenario here. If that passenger had gotten up...
Here's my problem with that, bro.
There's no...
What if like the plane is like moving and all that, and you're trying to like, you know, get yourself situated, and then you throw up and you miss the bag? Like, what if that occurs? I don't know, man. Am I crazy for thinking that? I've never thrown up on an airplane before, so I couldn't tell you if it's easy to use the throw up bag or not. But yeah, I mean, that's just the thing about it. It's like if something fucks up within the process, you could have a mess on your hands. What is this? Oh. Okay.
A lot of space. I've been in them. You will not have space to throw up and get in that throw up position. You will not have space in these
Maybe you can if you do it sideways. It's really not going to be comfortable though.
regional bathrooms, which means the door is probably partially opened up with your feet sticking out. So now your feet are sticking out, you're bent over,
Oh.
and you're throwing up in an airplane
Yeah, I see where he's getting at now.
bathroom which is just, it's gross. So I want you also to remember that men have a hard time hitting a toilet bowl when we're standing there at a house. So you can imagine during turbulence just how bad our aim is. We don't become super snipers once the turbulence hits. So just keep that in mind as you're crawling around the floor of the
Some of us
bathroom.
do.
Not a great idea. So option A for passengers in the back of the plane where people would have to turn around and see them. That's not great. Option B is they're in a CRJ 900, which is one of the larger CRJs that they fly in the U.S. And that means that his feet or her feet are sticking out of the bathroom at the front of the plane, which means everybody can see. So now you're flying into New York. There's people that are probably going to be delayed for their flight, and they're going to all know that they're delayed because you are the person that was throwing up in the bathrooms with your hands and knees probably on the floor of this super disgusting bathroom. So of the two, it'd be better to just sit in your seat. People in the probably 2 or 3 rows in front of you. Obviously, the person beside you, everyone's going to be grossed out. But that's
You're definitely
going
to get more sick if you try and do it in the actual airplane bathroom.
15 or 20 minutes late.
Like, that place is not
You're the guy.
sanitized.
So don't be that person, then you have to walk back.
I mean, the regular
really
floors are
bad.
already
Just throwing
disgusting.
up in your
Imagine
corner. Hopefully you have a window
the bathroom
seat.
floors.
Just throw up in your corner, pull your hat down over your head, and then here's the other thing that's really important to remember. All that throw up that's in your trash bag, your 6-sack, just take that off the plane with you. That's not a present. Don't hand that to anybody. Just take that off the plane and then throw it in the garbage can somewhere. But don't hand it to the flight attendant, and don't leave it on the seat like it's a present. I've seen people leave those on the seats like, here you go, a little parting gift. Don't do that.
Joplin ground, AT63 Bravo is ready to taxi.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about that is that you're probably going to have your hands full if you have like a carry-on and a personal item and some other shit. So if you're going to throw up, just don't try and throw up with not a lot of shit on you, you know. I mean, it's, you know, if you have a lot of body fluid inside, like, your body, you probably don't have much stuff on you in the first place, because it's like you had to lose some of the cargo in order to be in a situation where you need to vomit. But I don't know. I'm probably just overthinking this. It's likely that there's a solution to this. Maybe you could get off the plane, tell the flight attendant that you're coming back to get your stuff, and then just go get your stuff later on. And then you'll just take 2 trips and there'll be no issues. So I don't know. I think there's a few ways you can go about it. But I definitely think that if you can, just use the vomit bag. Like, if you have the capability to, you should just use the vomit bag.
A236 Bravo, dropping ground, runway 36, taxi.
Alright, is this the first one?
AT63 Bravo is ready to taxi. AT63 Bravo.
Cessna A236 Bravo, dropping ground, runway 36, taxi via Bravo Delta Charlie.
Say again slower, please.
Oh, that was pretty slow.
A236 Bravo, dropping ground, runway 36, taxi via Bravo Delta Charlie.
AT63 Bravo, taxiing 36.
Cessna 36 Bravo, expect a progressive taxi.
Wow, okay.
Taxiway Bravo, heading to your left. Cessna 36 Bravo, taxi straight ahead.
Okay, AT63 Bravo is taxi on.
You gotta keep a notepad with you. This is not how it's done.
Bravo. Turn around, make a 180.
Okay.
So this pilot is about to do her solo. If you aren't familiar with that, somewhere around 20 hours at the very beginning of your training, you go through a flight.
If I end up in a new environment, I always bring a notepad with me. Every time.
For you. Up until this point, you've had your instructor there. So you're about 20 hours in, which means that your flying skills are really not that good. Your radio skills are also really not that good. You're just not good in general. But all you have to do is do 3 takeoffs and landings. And it's a huge boost. After you do that, the confidence usually improves a lot because you're like, whoa, I just did 3 takeoffs and landings by myself. So it's a huge milestone. I'd say it's one of the biggest milestones that you'll have in your aviation career is getting that underneath your belt. So I understand why this pilot is.
That does sound pretty tricky.
If there was some guy who was making YouTube videos back when I did my solo, maybe would have.
Obviously, that guy has a pretty, or person has a pretty easy plane to fly.
10 knots. It felt like 40, but I think it was probably 10 or maybe even less.
But
It was
even
probably
so,
were probably calm. But
there's a lot to think
all
about.
over the place. So
I'm
I
certain about that.
understand the feeling of this. This is a chart of the airport she's at. Let me zoom.
And yeah,
in
you
here
definitely
because
will
this
feel a
is
wind a lot
section
more in that
the
kind of
airport
aircraft.
She's at right now. She's trying to go here, and the only way to really get there is from Bravo, Delta, and Charlie. This is a very simple airport. And before I'm ever going to leave an airport, before I call air traffic control to actually
Better
leave,
be.
I have an idea of the
She's
runway
flying by herself.
because I've listened and got the weather at that airport, and so I know what runway they're probably going to use, where I'm at, and most likely how I'm going to get there. So to get here to this part of the runway, the only way to get there realistically is Bravo, Delta, and Charlie. So you need to have an orientation of where you're at before you call. If you aren't aware of this little tidbit of aviation, we name all of our taxiways using the military alphabet is the easiest way to call it. A means alpha, B
Okay,
means
military
Bravo, C
alphabet.
means Charlie. It's a phonetic alphabet. So if you've heard that in the movies where they're screaming out those things, that's the same way that we use these taxiways. But this is a very basic airport. Airports can get extremely complicated. I know early on in my career, I told you about it in a video a long time ago. I landed into Houston. I was a brand new pilot flying corporate. We landed into Houston, which is a very complex airport, which don't use single letter taxiways like Alpha. They use double letters, hotel, hotel, hotel echo. It's very complicated. And I
Is
was
it though?
not prepared for it.
It's
at
just
all.
two
If you
letters.
Look at this chart here at Houston. You can see that the taxiways, there's a lot more of them, and it's a much bigger airport. And a
Bro,
lot
they
of
all
the
start with either
taxiways have-
W or N, okay? They all start with November or whiskey. Like, it's not that bad. I guess there's also this one here. So, but most of them either start with November or whiskey. So here, I guess if you're landing on runway 9, you have to deal with the Sierra and Romeo taxiways. But it looks like, I don't know, it looks pretty normal to me. But maybe I'm just that good at navigation.
letters on them. So if you're not prepared for what's going to happen, it's overwhelming.
Actually, I should have it on
They're
full
gonna start
screen all the
rattling
time.
off things, and you don't have an idea, even a rough idea of where you're going to be going or how you're going to get there. So you're going to be behind the ball. Another thing to not be an idiot like I was is I remember trying to write down the entire word, and I don't know why
Yeah.
I was trying to do that, but they would say taxi via Bravo, Delta, Charlie, and I was writing out Bravo, Delta, and Charlie. Why? Why would I write it all down? Just B, D, C. Just write out the letter. So if you know the alphabet, which obviously is something you should know once you start to do your solo, if you know your alphabet, you just need to write those down. Now here's an example of how I would write down what's being told to this pilot here.
Yeah, that's exactly
how
what I would
write
do.
it down. So taxi to runway 36 via Bravo Delta Charlie, and if they were to say something like taxi to 36 Bravo Delta, hold short of Charlie, this is how I'd write it. And once you go to the airlines, if you ever go that way,
Yep.
usually one pilot will be writing it down, and then if there is only one of the boxes that we're always typing stuff in, they'll have a keypad, and that's exactly how they write it too. The B, the D, the slash mark is the hold short, and then C for Charlie. So that's kind of the way I do it, and I've seen a lot of pilots do that. That's just the way I do it. You just have to find what works for you. You can be your own system. It doesn't have to be this system. You can
You know
be
what?
whatever
We
you
need to
want.
add a little bit more
You come up
flavor
with
to
a
this
system,
screen
you
here.
can Write it down because one, in a very busy airport, there's going to be a lot of things that are happening. The other pilot's going to rely on you, or if you're by yourself, you only have you to rely on. So you'll be able to write down what they said. You read back what you wrote down. They say,
Let me see if I can
yes,
find
they
something.
Don't say anything. Lets you know you wrote down the right stuff. And then while you're taxiing, you can keep looking at your chart, looking at your notes of what you're supposed to hold short of, and you don't ever get in trouble.
This is kind of embarrassing because
You
Spirit
say,
just died
write it
out,
down,
but
unless you're super crazy smart, I'm not that smart, so I have to write everything down. Something important to realize is that aviation is a very humbling profession to be in. You're always learning new things. You're learning a new plane. You're learning a new airport. You're always learning new things. So it's very humbling.
that's the only aviation-related picture I have.
So it's something to just get humble now.
And it's from a company that got bankrupt,
Don't
so
have that attitude. Just realize it's going to be a humbling experience. You're going to feel stupid.
it's really
You're gonna be
unfortunate, I
flight school.
promise you.
Really, all of flight school, I felt like an idiot. I thought.
I love Spirit, even though I only flew it one time.
Just realize that it's all part of the game. You just have to keep studying and keep working hard. That's the way it works when you go through flight school, and then when you go to your airline, you're going to feel humbled again because now you're doing.
Spirit is really not meant for people like me because I'm a pretty tall person. I'm 75 inches tall, so when I go onto a Spirit, it's a pretty tight fit. But I don't know, man. I kind of respect Spirit because it's so cheap compared to the other airlines. They've reduced their prices. Or I think actually no, I think Spirit increased their prices, so it's a little bit less competitive. Before they ended up just going under. But yeah, I kind of respect Spirit. I'm kind of mad that Spirit died off, but Frontier is able to continue. That's really unfortunate, because Frontier, from what I heard, is way worse than Spirit. So, anyway.
And learning all the new procedures there. And as you go along, it gets easier, but
Maybe I
it's
can find some
always
other
gonna be humbling. You're always going to have someone
flight-related
there at
pictures.
the airlines that's going to help you, that's going to help you get out of trouble. And the thing is if you just use your crew, it's going to save you a lot of headaches. That's just my tip. In this situation, this pilot, she's by herself. So her teammate really is the controller. When you're flying by yourself, your teammate, your crew member, is the air traffic controller that you're dealing with. If you get jammed up, that's who you go to for help. So in this case, the controller says, I'll give you a progressive.
Cessna 36 Bravo, expect a progressive taxi. Proceed on to taxiway Bravo, heading to your left.
A progressive means
That's a very,
this guy
like,
is gonna
professional,
actually- yes, he's
dry
gonna
way
tell
of
you
saying it.
when to turn left,
Expect a
right,
progressive
to help you
taxi.
get to where you want to go. So if for
Like,
some
you could-
reason
you could just say,
landed
"I'm
at
gonna
an
give you a
airport that
progressive
you weren't
taxi."
prepared to land at, and you don't know where to go, you would tell the controller, hey, I'm totally
You know, this is
unfamiliar
kind of
with this
aviation
airport.
related.
What you would say is, unfamiliar with the airport, can I get a progressive to wherever it is that you're trying to go? So then the controller will maybe be a little bit annoyed by it, depending on what airport you're at, but they'll give you the instructions on how to get there. Turn left now, turn right here, and they'll get you where you need to go. And then, of course, once you get there, park, get gas, or whatever you're going to do, review the plate, review the chart of where you're going to be leaving from, so that way when you call up the controller again, you can know roughly how you're going to be getting there, so you can write it down, read it back, and they're going to be like, okay. If you then call up and go,
This stream is not
"Hey,
professional at all."
Can I get a progressive to the taxiway for the takeoff? They're going to be more irritated because it's just going to show you're not prepared. The problem is at this stage, this pilot, she's so new that she doesn't know what she doesn't know. She's unprepared, she's flustered, and things like that. And part of the fault of this is actually not all on her. Part of it's on the instructor. The instructor shouldn't have let her go out because she really has no idea as far as what's going on with her radio calls, her radio skills.
You know, while we're at it,
and her preparation.
since we're
So
already
part of
pretty
that is
much
on her, but
as
a lot of it is on
unprofessional
her
as we can
instructor,
be,
because at
we'll add this
stage,
too.
She probably has, I don't know, 20-ish hours. She's not prepared, but she doesn't know what she doesn't know. See what I mean?
36 Bravo, are you a solo?
Yes, sir.
Cessna 36 Bravo, turn left onto Charlie, hold short runway 36.
AT6 Bravo is turning left on Charlie, holding 36.
36 Bravo, roger, hold short runway 36.
Holding short of what, 36.
Cessna 8236 Bravo, contact tower 119.8 for departure.
Okay.
Call sign.
Okay, I turned to 19.8. Delta Tower, do you read 8263 Bravo?
Cessna 8236 Bravo, loud and clear, Hummy.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Cessna 8236 Bravo, disregard that. Are you ready for departure?
Yes, sir.
This part where the controller corrects her about saying holding short runway 36 is actually correct and not nitpicky.
Cessna 36 Bravo, turn left onto Charlie, hold short runway 36.
8263 Bravo is turning left on Charlie, holding 36.
Yeah, you can't do that because that could be. Oh, damn it.
Here's the thing. If the controller
That could be like a hold,
short, and the pilot were to
pattern,
go back to
not
where
like
she
a
was
hold
back,
short
hold
kind of
36,
thing.
Whatever it was that she said. If the pilot were to just read that back and then were to go onto the taxi or go onto the runway, the controller's in trouble. If
Yeah,
the
you need to
controller
say
tells
hold
her,
short.
Hold short runway 36. She says hold short runway 36 and then goes onto the runway. Well, then the pilot's by herself, right? She said she was going to hold short and then she didn't. So there's some really important phraseology and terminology that you have to use, and one of those things is hold short. It's something that we all get told, just like line up and wait, which is where you line up on the runway, but you don't take off. So if a controller says to you, line up and wait,
I think I
runway
found another
36,
picture
you
here.
say, line up and wait, runway 36, and you line up in 36, and then you just take off. Well, then you're in trouble because you said.
I
you
know,
were
I
gonna
know.
wait, but
We
then you just
our-
took off.
our
So those types of things, it's important
Image
to
area is
read
full,
back what the
but
controller says,
I think I found
because it
another one.
protects them. So the controller might have sounded nitpicky because she wasn't saying it exactly right, but he was doing the right thing there.
Cessna 8236 Bravo, contact tower 119.8 for departure.
There we go.
Okay.
Call sign.
It's floating, so it's technically an aircraft.
Again, 20-ish hours in, I'm guessing. The radio
In the most
phraseology that
loose
she has is
of
not good.
manner.
So it's important to understand that what I would do if I could do it all over again. If I
In the
had to do
loosest
it all
definition
over again,
of
I don't
the
want to
word,
do it all
that's
over
an
again, but if I had
aircraft.
to do it all over again, what I would do is,
I mean, technically there's
when I'm
oxygen
cooking or at the gym
when you're
or anything
underwater.
like that, I would
Technically
listen
there
to
is.
any of the apps that you can listen to
If you really
in
think
Takomaki.
about it.
I'd listen at the airport that I'm at, and if there was like nothing going on there, I'd listen at a little bit of a bigger airport, and that's just going to get you familiar with.
And technically, an
listening to
airplane
the
is pretty much
things
just a
that people
boat
are saying and the way that
that's
they're
flying
saying
in the sky.
I wouldn't
That's
jump
all it
if
is.
it's brand new. I wouldn't jump and go listen to something like JFK or Chicago because it's just going to be overwhelming. Things are happening so fast there. So I would just stay at your airport, listen to what's going on, or an airport that you fly to. Listen to
I've
what's
done that
going on.
before.
It'll get you a little bit familiar with the taxiways that people are using, some of the things that the controllers are saying. So it will make you even more prepared.
The controllers always said to
While you're
taxi
in the
on the
gym,
same,
while you're
like,
doing something
taxiway,
that's not
from what I
dangerous,
noticed.
like driving or something weird, go and listen to air traffic control and practice and look at the chart, see what's being said, and then you will get oriented to what's going on. That's a great
There's no way I
thing
would
there.
ever do
The
that while
more you
driving.
practice anything, the more things
It's
will
hard
slow
enough
down.
to get those
Every plane that I've
damn
ever
things to
flown,
work
the first little bit,
when
it's
you're
overwhelming. There's a lot
sitting
that's going on. And
at
over
home,
time,
bro.
things slow down more and more and more. You get more comfortable. Your brain isn't
Let alone
working
while
as hard.
operating a motor
The same
vehicle.
applies with air traffic control and
There's no
talking.
way I would ever do that
The
while
more that
driving.
you listen, the more that you study the charts, the more that you do all that stuff, the more it's going to slow down for you, the less mistakes that you're going to make, the better of a pilot you're going to sound like on the radio, and the better of a pilot you're going to be as far as how prepared you are. And
Whatever the audio playback systems they have
So
on
it's just
the
a
ATC
matter of
website,
doing all
it's
that
just
preparation is going to make everything you
it
look better,
it leaves a lot to be
sound
desired.
better, all that stuff is going to be a lot better. Now, up until now, I've had some criticism for this student pilot. Even though she's new, she has some responsibility. It's not just all an instructor. She has some responsibility. And the instructor has some responsibility. She was not prepared as far as her radio skills. I don't know about her flying ability, but her radio skills and her orientation and her preparation wasn't there. So there's some criticism for her. But then now I got some criticism on this next part for what the controller does. Listen to this.
Cessna 8236 Bravo, Joplin Tower, runway 36, cleared for takeoff.
8263 Bravo, cleared for takeoff.
Cessna 36 Bravo, frequency change approved.
Frequency change. 8263 Bravo. Joplin Tower, 8263 Bravo is on left downwind. Downwind, am I cleared to land?
Cessna 8236 Bravo, not in sight, runway 36, clear to land.
8263 Bravo, cleared to land.
Cessna 36 Bravo, you experiencing an emergency?
No.
what?
36 Bravo, understand you're wanting to stay in the pattern?
I need to do 3 takeoffs and 3 landings for my student, or my private pilot.
Cessna 36 Bravo, that would have been good information to know prior to your departure.
You didn't ask?
Cessna 36 Bravo, turn left Delta 2.
Well, she's right. He didn't ask. So there's some missing
Yeah.
audio here. So I'm not sure, and I may put my foot in my mouth of what I'm about to say, but there is some missing audio. So I don't know. I'm sure once I say these things, the missing audio will get sent to me, and I will sound stupid. But let's dive into this. For the controller, you know that she's on a solo. You know how it works. You know they have to do 3 takeoffs and landings. You know the game, right? So yet you're being a little bit snarky. Granted, she's underprepared. I don't know how her flying looks, but she's underprepared.
I don't know if that's
with
snarky.
radio
I think he just had a brain
phraseology,
fart.
orientation and preparation, all that stuff she's way behind with. Unless she's doing something that's out of control as far as for her flying, doing something that looks unsafe, I would just let her do her 3 takeoffs and landings. Once she lands and then she's taxiing back in, I would tell her, hey, you did nothing wrong, but I need you and your instructor to give me a call. You're not in trouble about anything, but just go ahead and give me a call, and here's the number. Once she was parked, and to have her write it down, or tell her to stop and write the number down, because she clearly isn't going to be able to taxi and write the number down and not get in trouble with where she's taxiing. So I would give her that number and then have her give you a call. And now look, I realize that as a controller, you don't have the responsibility to do that.
Hold on a
It's not
second.
you.
What did he say? Let me go back from the
Once-
beginning.
Preparation, all that stuff she's way behind with. Unless she's doing something that's out of control as far as for her flying, doing something that looks unsafe, I would just let her do her 3 takeoffs and landings. Once she lands and then she's taxiing back in, I would tell her, hey, You did nothing wrong, but I need you and your instructor to give me a call. You're not in trouble about anything, but just go ahead and give me a call, and here's the number. Once she was
Oh, I get it. It's basically like, okay.
Tell her to stop and write the number down, because she clearly...
Basically, he doesn't know what's going on. You know, he probably didn't, like, get that she was doing her first, like, solo flight. So the idea here is, okay, whatever you're doing, I need your instructor to contact me, because whatever you're doing to, like, you know, send the flight plan to this airport, it ain't working out. There's something in this chain of command that's you know, broken. Like, we gotta fix this, so that way we don't have people wasting time on the radio trying to figure out, you know, the exact flight patterns that are going to be taken here. So yeah, whatever. I get the idea.
And write the number down and not get in trouble with where she's taxiing. So
I'll keep that in mind.
Number and then have her give you a call. And now look, I realize that as a controller, you don't have the responsibility to do that. It's not on you. It's outside of what you are required to do. But this is just the way I see it. You are part of a team. Her and you are working together, and in the future, she needs to feel comfortable that she can call you if there's a problem, right? So if you were to get them on the phone and have a phone call with them, it would be 2 minutes and say, hey, listen, instructor, you need to listen to this radio phraseology and what she's got going on here, because she's not prepared. And then I would tell
that
her,
as well.
you need to be a little bit more prepared when you come out here, so you have a little bit more orientation of what's going on and improve your radio skills. I would tell her that. Now, that's 2 minutes of your time. Again, you're not required to do it, but that would be my suggestion to you. Instead of being snarky to her on the radio here, you know what needs to happen. Even though she's messing a lot of it up, you can throw her a bone. There's been times where I've heard of pilots on final where they're supposed to call in at the final approach fix before they land. They're supposed to call in and they don't, because they get jammed up with a bunch of different things. And then I've heard, without the pilots asking for clearance to land, air traffic control realizes that they forgot to switch over at that final approach fix for whatever reason. And I've heard air traffic control translate.
What?
They get jammed up with a bunch of different things before they land. Heard of pilots on final where they're supposed to call in at the final approach fix before they land. They're supposed to call in and they don't, because they get jammed up with a bunch of different things. And then I've heard, without the pilots asking for clearance to land, air traffic control realizes that they forgot to switch over at that final approach fix for whatever reason. And I've heard air traffic control transmit to that crew, hey, Boeing 123, you're cleared to land runway 36. Because they know that the pilots messed up and forgot to call, but they're going to record that landing clearance on the tapes. So they're helping them out. They're throwing them a bone.
Oh, okay.
So that's just something you could do and have a broader scope of responsibility and help this pilot out. Because obviously she's new and she's a little bit behind. But you could help her out. 2-minute phone call. It would change everything. And she would probably take a lot more time to get more prepared than being snarky on the radio. That's just my thought. And as has been our tradition on air traffic control versus pilots, time for the fun one.
Down to 203 Heavy, this next guy's the one that does the terrible Texas accent. You can call him on 32-4, see ya.
Should I give him some grief?
Yeah, we'll see if he does it. It's pretty bad.
I'm afraid. Okay, 32-4, I'll talk to you later.
Okay.
Up 203, 5000.
Delta 203 Heavy near approach. Good afternoon.
How you doing?
Delta 203 Heavy, maintain 4,000.
Maintain 4,000, Delta 203. You from Dallas?
Okay, I'm not sure why I get so many clips from air traffic control sent from the New York sector. I get so many from there, but this is obviously a terrible Texas accent. This is called a transatlantic accent. Katharine Hepburn in the 30s, I want to say, is famous for having this accent. Listen to her talk here.
Is that real?
You're not one for tears, and well, neither am I, so it's best to come out with it. I'm
gonna ask my dad if that was
fallen
real.
in love, and I'm moving out.
I don't know why somebody would think that
You
that's
would
how
know
people
about
in
this.
Texas
This
talk.
kind of
I
weird
don't know.
shit.
I live in Texas, been living in Texas for a long time. Never heard anybody talk like that. But sure, okay, whatever. I would do a terrible New York accent, but luckily I'm not an actor. If you want to see someone who is a good actor, check out this Leonardo DiCaprio in the Hollywood versus reality I did with him. And if you want to see someone who gets lost in JFK, who also would do a terrible New York accent, watch this video up here. I look forward to hearing from you. Until then, keep the blue side up.
get a takeoff clearance?
I thought it was okay when they said no delay.
There is a sales strategy called the assumed close. Basically what that means is your salesman just assumes that you're going to buy this thing. For example, you're at the car dealership, you're looking at the car, and he says, great, I'm just going to go ahead and get the paperwork drawn up for you, even though you didn't say anything suggesting that you were ready to buy the car. That maybe works in sales, but that doesn't work in aviation. You can't just assume because they said one thing and then interpret it to mean another thing, like you were clear for takeoff.
I don't know how to feel about that strategy.
Cherokee 5173 Sierra, Cobra signature ready, taxi.
Cherokee 5173 Sierra, Atlanta ground. Runway 8 right, taxi via Alpha. Hold short of runway 8 left.
I need to move this window.
Taxi via Alpha, hold short, 8 left, 730.
Actually, let me do this.
Sierra, Monster Tower, 119.
Sorry, I'm gonna have to go back a little bit.
Here to see entire video.
Cherokee 5173 Sierra, Cobra signature ready, taxi.
Cherokee 5173 Sierra, Atlanta ground. Runway 8 right, taxi via Alpha. Hold short of runway 8 left.
8 right, taxi via Alpha, hold short, 8 left, 730.
November 7-3 Sierra, Monitor Tower, 119.1 on the upper antenna if you got one. Y'all have a good day.
119.1, 730, have a good day.
November 5173 Sierra at the approach end, cross 8 left, hold short 8 right, no delay.
Cross 8 right, no delay, 730.
Atlanta is a huge and very busy airport, and I didn't even know that they had a section for general aviation aircraft to go in there. Look at me, I'm learning from my own videos. This
Was it that bottom section?
Simple and basic airport is Atlanta, and the area where all this audio is taking place is up here.
Oh,
in my opinion,
no.
the controllers are talking very slow and
Not even
very
close. I
clear.
wonder what that lower
Initially,
one is
they
for.
gave them the instructions to go up and hold short here of runway 8 left. After that clearance, the controller says this.
Atlanta's like one of the largest airports ever.
Simple and basic airport.
Oh, it doesn't have 2-liter taxiways. It just has like 1 liter, but it has a number on it as well.
Is Atlanta.
Oh wait, no, there's one on the bottom. There's yeah, I guess this is for cargo vehicles here. But they have 2 liters, but it's only really on the bottom side, unless this counts as one. Probably. I guess they do have it, but it's not as common as Houston.
And the area where all this audio is taking place is up here. In my opinion, the controllers are talking very slow and very clear with him. And initially, they gave him the instructions to go up and hold short here of runway 8 left. After that clearance, the controller says this.
November 7-3 Sierra, Monitor Tower, 119.1 on the upper antenna if you got one. Y'all have a good day.
I don't think I've ever talked about this in any of the videos, so I thought it made sense to mention it. There are planes, sometimes smaller aircraft will have an antenna that's on the bottom of the aircraft and one that's on the top of the aircraft. And so by saying use your upper antenna, sometimes what you'll have is smaller aircraft like this, their bottom antenna...
Wait a second, let me go back to that map again.
Very clear with.
Let me go back to that map. Okay. So from my understanding, this right here is the vector, or whatever they call it. Heading, the heading number. Like this one right here, because it goes directly east. And this one goes directly west. And then these are just like one digit lower or higher. Because they're basically the same heading. Okay. Alrighty. Yeah, because I was thinking, you know, this is a very straight looking airport. This is not what I usually see. Usually they have the runways in like different directions, but this one doesn't really have that.
Tiny and very simple and basic airport is Atlanta. And the area we're here...
Alright, we skip back to where we
We're
were.
basically saying use that upper antenna if you have one, so that way we have better signal. since I've never talked about that before and it's kind of a weird thing, I thought I'd mention it. And then the controller says this.
November 5173 Sierra at the approach end, cross 8 left, hold short 8 right, no delay.
No delay in aviation means don't hesitate. Do it now, immediately. What I'm guessing is there's probably a plane that's set up or coming in to land on 8 left, and so they want that plane to get across 8 left immediately, hold short of 8 right, and do it right now. So they're saying no delay, so that way, if you saw that video I was doing with Stella, where I took her flying, they said no delay. And so I originally told her that she could make the radio call, but I ended up taking it because I knew what it meant. We needed to move immediately, and I didn't have time for her to say it 2 or 3 times. I'm sure she would have nailed it on the first try, but I didn't have time for her to wait and do it. So I took the radio call and immediately got us out onto the runway and took off.
Number 5 Whiskey Tango, rolling tran right, clear for takeoff, no delay, traffic, mile final.
All right, clear for takeoff. 135 Whiskey Tango.
I was supposed to say 1365.
She said no delay, so I wanted to get going.
Okay.
That's what no delay means. But this is what he read back.
Sorry, you don't get to feel special.
In my opinion, the controllers typically are more focused on
They don't play
exactly
when they
what
say
is
no
being
delay.
said by a general aviation aircraft than a commercial airliner aircraft. Because a general aviation aircraft may only have one person that's in there, that's moving the plane, that's writing down the instructions, that's doing everything, so their workload is a lot higher, and it's not something that they do every day, so they want to make sure that they get it right. What this pilot said is not the same thing that what the controller had given to him. Essentially, what he's saying is that he's going to cross 8 left and 8 right without delay, which would put him over here. But the controller actually said hold short of 8 right. The controller should have gotten right back on the radio right there.
Did he say that? I heard the hold short part, but I didn't hear his read back necessarily.
No delay in aviation means don't.
Oh, okay, he didn't
right,
play it.
and she
I don't think he did.
read back.
Did he play it? Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, he didn't say hold short. Yeah, I didn't hear that part.
They want to make sure that they get it right. What this pilot said is not the same thing that what the controller had given to him. Essentially, what he's saying is that he's going to cross 8 left and 8 right without delay, which would put him over here. But the controller actually said hold short of 8 right. The controller should have gotten right back on the radio right there and confirmed that he understood that he needed to hold short of 8 right. Instead, that controller let it slide, and this is what happened next.
There's 730, turn left heading 020.
Left 020, 730.
There's 730, did you get a takeoff clearance?
I thought it was okay when they said no delay.
Oh, okay, you turned onto the runway and he took off. Oh my god.
There's 730, yes, he gave you the crossing for runway 8 left.
You're supposed to cross the runway, no delay, not.
But it's the taxi to 8 right.
Sorry about that.
It's okay. Air 51730, possible pilot deviation. When you land, can you call our tower, please?
Yeah. Can you give me the phone number?
First, I think this is very important. This pilot made a very big mistake. They took off without a takeoff clearance. That is never going to be acceptable. But the thing that's really important that I want you to learn from, if you are ever planning to be a pilot, is how they took responsibility for it, they apologized, and then they got the number down. They didn't give all kinds of excuses, they weren't rude to the controller, and you saw how smooth that interaction was. Now, as a result of that, this pilot, I'm going to just guess here, is going to have to meet with somebody from the FAA. They're going to review these tapes. They're going to go over everything. He's probably going to need some additional training that's going to be mandated by the FAA before he gets to go fly by himself again, which is fine. But had he been rude or creating another bigger problem, then there could have been a more serious circumstance. Based off of the way the controller is asking this question right here,
There's 730, did you get a takeoff clearance?
I'm assuming that he didn't create a very big problem by taking off. Obviously, it's nothing that you should ever do, but that's based off of the language and the way she's talking and the fact she gave him a heading. It sounds like there wasn't a big problem that was created by what he did here. It is funny to me because air traffic control is kind of like the police in some ways. They aren't the judge and executioner, and that's why they said possible.
Yeah, the last guy that that was flying, he was literally asked to get out his pilot's license.
She is not the person that can make that final determination. So they always say.
So they pretty much are the police.
So she says this.
Air 51730, possible pilot deviation. When you land, can you call our tower, please?
I'm sure that pilot will never confuse without delay and clear for takeoff ever again. Now this next audio also happens in Atlanta, but the controller is not nearly as nice. But I'm going to do it in a little bit of a different format here because of the way the controller is talking with the pilot and the overall circumstance. Hopefully you're watching this on something bigger than a small phone because it's going to make
We
it
should
a lot
have,
easier to see what's happened here.
we should have
But
possible
imagine
driver
you are the
deviation.
SkyWest plane that just landed, you've gotten off the runway, and now you're right here.
We like run a red light and then we get like a phone call that says possible driver deviation. Please advise when ready to copy. Oh, I got an answer. A transatlantic accent is an invented accent, sort of half British, half New England. Oh, that's weird.
And you're going to want to park right here. Now listen to the controller's instructions on how he wants them to get there.
Sky with 3597, turn left on Bravo and cross 26 left at Bravo 4. Taxi ramp to Freemaston. Good morning.
Left turn at Bravo, cross runway 26 left. Bravo 4 with you to the terminal stop, 3597.
Sky West 3597, left turn on Bravo to ramp 4 with me. American gives way.
Give way, American.
Wait. Go back. Yeah, this one's a little bit confusing here. So he turns left
Turn
on
left
Bravo.
on Bravo and cross 26 left at Bravo 4.
Oh, 6
Taxi
left.
ramp to Freemaston. Good
Bravo
morning.
4.
Left turn at Bravo,
Taxi to the
cross
right.
runway 26 left. Bravo 4 with you to the terminal stop, 3597.
Sky West 3597, left turn on Bravo to ramp 4 with me.
Where is that? Here?
Left.
Did he not say Bravo 4? Like, am I tripping?
Cross 26 left at Bravo 4. Taxi ramp to Freemaston. Good morning.
Yeah, I must have fucked up the instructions.
Left
Oops.
turn at Bravo, cross runway 26 left. Bravo 4 with you to the terminal stop, 3597.
Sky West 3597, left turn on Bravo to ramp 4 with me. American gives way.
Give way, American.
Talking to Sky West 3597. Do you know where you're going?
Yeah, you guys gave us the Fox. Nothing after that, Skywest 5284.
Wrong. I said cross 26 left at Bravo 4, taxi to the ramp with me. What are you doing?
3597, and we're going to 4 November for Delta 20.
Well, you're pointed the wrong direction because you're looking at ramp 3. Turn left on Echo and taxi to ramp 4. You've got 3 people waiting now.
Okay, turn left on Echo, ramp 4 stop, 3597.
Come on, guys. You're in Atlanta now. Get it together.
Am I tripping, bro? That's like... How you never mentioned Echo ever?
Can ride on the flight deck with us, and they can experience and listen to everything that's going on. And I think that more controllers should do this. In all the years
He said
that
taxi to
I
the
can
ramp,
think
but then
about
he
flying, I
said
can
something
think of
completely
maybe
different.
2 that I remember off the top of my head that have ridden on the flight deck.
He never mentioned
And the
Echo
problem
at all.
is that this controller, who knows Atlanta very well, is expecting that these pilots know the airport as well as they do. So as soon as they land, they have an entire map of that airport. But it doesn't work like that. As soon as I leave an airport,
Look at that. They
I'll
look
have
all the
an
same.
entire map
All of these look exactly the
that
same.
airport. But it doesn't work like that. As soon as I leave
Oh,
an airport,
it's
I've
3
forgotten
November,
basically everything
bruh.
about
It's,
that
it's,
airport.
it
Of
looks
course,
the
there
same
are
to
places You
them.
go again and again and again, so you start to remember things. But a lot of times, I'll land in an airport. I've been there maybe 2 or 3 times, or I haven't been there in 3 or 4 years, and the controller starts talking really fast because they know that airport really well. But the pilot is not familiar with it. These regional pilots usually fly to the same set of airports a lot, so they're probably pretty familiar with this airport, but it's possible that they're not. There were times when I was at the regionals where I would go to a different base and do their type of flying because I thought, oh, that'd be fun flying to be doing over there, and so I'm not familiar with it. Or at my airline, you followed me for a while. On Instagram, you'll see for a while I'll be flying South America, and then for a while I'll be over in Asia, and then I'll be over doing Europe. And then usually what's happening is I'm switching my base around and just doing different things because I get bored doing the same thing again and again. Which means that even though I've been with this airline for years, I could fly to a place that I've never been to before. So my controller at that airport might think, oh, that airline is here all the time. They are familiar with this airport. Let me give them these instructions really quickly. But I've never been there. So now I'm thinking, okay, I'm writing it down as quickly as I can and trying to follow along. but I don't know what's happening. So I think these controllers, and I think if you're a controller, you should spend a lot of time and go do 4 or 5 legs with a crew and just watch everything that goes on and listen to how the controllers speak to them, because you'll get a fully different perspective on what is going on, what up on the flight deck. After we land, we have a lot that's happening. So we're back here in Atlanta with the controller with the least southern hospitality at the airport. My guess is the pilots just landed here on 26 right and vacated at Bravo 3. As you know, each runway can have 2 different sets of numbers or numbers and letters that go with it. So in this case, when you're landing a certain direction and you're crossing another runway, they're going to give you the direction that traffic is moving on. The traffic is going to be taking off or landing from that direction. So that's why I'm guessing they landed on 26 right, and now they're crossing on 26 left. The controller could say cross 8 right, but they say cross 26 left, which leads me to believe the pilots just landed here on 26 right and exited at Bravo 3, which looks like an appropriate distance for a plane like this to land and get off the runway. Then the controller says this.
Sky with 3597, turn left on Bravo and cross 26 left to Bravo 4, taxi ramp to frequency. Good morning.
The way the controller is saying this is you were clear to cross the runway, which you always need to have permission to do. At every airport, there's never an assumption that you're ever cleared to cross the runway. However, the way he's saying it is you're clear to cross that runway and taxi to the ramp however you want. However you want to get
Yeah, exactly.
there. It doesn't
This
really
is
matter.
ridiculous.
However, in an airport like Atlanta, that is very abnormal. As pilots,
Why didn't you just tell them how to get there?
Hey, I want you to go this way, then this way, then this way to get into your parking spot.
And then he gets mad because he did it the wrong way. It's like, you never told us how to do it.
I may not be familiar with it, and it sounds like there was other planes in the area. So you're not just going to make the assumption that you're going to go however you want. But that was the way he read the initial instructions to them. If I was them, I would understand it, clear to cross the runway, and do it however I want, especially with the attitude that he has. But they cross the runway, and he says this.
Sky West 3597, left turn on Bravo to ramp 4 with me, American gives way.
You hear that? He said left on Bravo. What I think he meant to say was left on Echo, but he said Bravo. And the pilots can't just assume or read his mind that.
Yeah, that was weird. So that had to be what he said, what he meant to say.
They're charged to figure out where they were and figure out where Bravo was.
It's really confusing communication there, but it was probably just like a little mistake there. So he's like, it's in Atlanta, you're in Atlanta, get it together, but it's actually him that need to get together. That's the funniest part.
But typically the rule is in aviation, when
you shouldn't have an ego when you're doing this kind of job.
You're not 100% sure what's going on, then you stop the plane. Don't just keep moving. And in some airports like Chicago, you have to keep moving. But typically, anywhere in the world, if you're confused of where you're at or where you're supposed to be, you stop the plane, and both of you look at the charts and figure out exactly where you're at, where you're supposed to be, and then go from there. You don't just make the assumption, and so then you could get yourself in a lot more problems. There have been accidents that resulted as pilots moving, thinking, oh, I think I know where we are, but they don't. So whenever there's confusion, I always say, hey, let's stop for a second, let's figure out where we're at, and then we can keep moving. So I think they stopped to figure that out, and the controller didn't like that. Listen here as he makes mistakes and almost says turn left on Bravo for a third time.
Turn left on Echo and taxi to ramp 4. You've got 3 people waiting now.
The SkyWest pilot is being super polite considering the way this controller is talking to them. I mean, super polite. And the thing is that as pilots, we typically, if there's something that's going wrong, we typically put the responsibility on.
Yeah, I don't know. I'd be chill about it, but
A-type personality. We want to be the best at what we do.
I bet if I was messing around a plane, then it would be a little bit different. I might actually lose my cool, but probably not. I don't know. Taxiing sounds pretty fucking annoying.
In hindsight, like all of you and me, when we're listening to this audio,
like imagine going in a school zone and just being there for like half an hour.
I don't know, but
I mean, that doesn't sound very pleasant.
The way that he's talking to me, if I had known everything. However, in the circumstance that she's in, I'm probably going to be acting exactly like she is, going, okay, great, yeah, that's fine, you want me to go there, not a big deal. But this part is
because like sometimes it takes like
Come on, guys, you're in Atlanta
less than
now.
15 minutes,
Get
but
together.
other times it's this.
If you watch a lot of these videos, you know that I'm typically more critical of pilots than I am of controllers. However, this controller is totally out of line. There's no reason to escalate something like this in this environment. Adding that, hey, we'll get it together, blah, blah, blah. That has no purpose being or helping anyone in this situation. This controller, honestly, if you ask my opinion, should go fly the line for like a week.
Yeah, and it's literally him that needs to get it together, not the people in the plane. So
Going to places that they're unfamiliar with and having to move the aircraft, clean up the aircraft, put everything away while listening to the controller talk very fast about an area which they are super familiar with, and these pilots or this controller have never been to before, because they're going to realize that, hey man, maybe I do know Atlanta very well, but these pilots aren't super familiar with it, so they're taking their time to move, because you would rather have a pilot take their time, go a little extra slow, and then not make a mistake than cross a runway or cross a taxiway that results in an accident. So this controller, in my opinion, totally out of line. The SkyWest crew did an amazing job, super polite, way more polite than she needed to be towards this controller, if you want my opinion. If you enjoyed this video, check out this one over here. I look forward to hearing from you. Until then, keep the blue side up.
dude, this is the third time I got like a notification reminder for my eye doctor appointment. I don't need this.
Air traffic control
I'm good.
versus pilots.
Hard right turn, hard right turn.
Alright, we don't need to see
You
this
have
intro.
one that you want to see on this series. In this one, we have pilots trying to negotiate a deal with air traffic control. We have some pilots
I don't remember
crossing
this.
the runway where another pilot is trying to take off, and of course, we've got a funny one at the end. Let's get into it.
Negotiate a deal?
868 holding short, Bravo 10, and we're fully ready for a
Not the fully ready again.
This is 868, just verify you're squawking the VFR and understand you want a right traffic pattern.
right traffic pattern and a front squawking. Yeah.
Right traffic pattern. What is that? Right traffic pattern. All turns are made from the right, deviating from the standard left-hand pattern. Let me just see this picture. I think that'll make a lot more sense. Man, this looks like ass. Why does it look so bad? There we go, okay. Pattern altitude, 500 feet. Fly clear the traffic pattern. Oh, okay, so this is like... This is the pattern, and this guy's like trying to avoid this? Fly clear of this 2 miles away. Descend to pattern altitude and then turn. Oh, okay, you're doing this pattern and then add 500. Descend to the altitude, turn it, yield to downwind, enter midfield downwind at 45 degrees. There's a lot there's a lot of context I need to read that, but I think I understand what it basically is. So this is the regular one, the left-hand version. But isn't this guy just like, it looks like he's a private jet, so why would you need to do a traffic pattern? Don't you just go to the other airport? I don't really understand, but whatever.
FR1200, Jet 868.
This is Jet 868, runway 32 left, line up and wait.
I think I've heard of this airline company too. They're like the fancy schmancy bougie airline, aren't they?
Runway 32 left, line up and wait. Can you just confirm if you flight us to maintain 1,500 feet for the downwind? This is Jet 868.
This is Jet 868, affirmative, the pattern altitude will be 1,500. Line up and wait.
Runway 32 left, line up and wait. And could you just confirm if you flight us to maintain 1,500 feet for the downwind? This is Jet 868.
This is Jet 868, affirmative, the pattern altitude will be 1,500. This is Jet 868, runway 32 left, clear for takeoff, and make your right turn for the pattern at 1,500 feet.
There are two different ways that the planes are flying around the sky. One is VFR, Visual Flight Rules. And what that means is you're not having to stay on a set specific road in the sky, if you will. So when you're flying VFR, you can fly whatever direction you want as long as it's the right altitude, and you keep in mind the different airspaces that you're prohibited from flying into. But generally speaking, there's a lot less rules. The other way is IFR. And IFR is what you as a passenger, when you're flying on a commercial airliner, we're flying IFR. So those are the two different ways. So it's important to understand VFR and IFR specifically for this video, and you're going to understand why in just a minute here. But that VFR, squawking VFR, means you're squawking 1200, 1200 in your transponder.
So that other guy was doing the right thing.
To air traffic control, and it lets them know.
I don't think I played that video here, but
so if they see a plane that's squawking 1200, they know.
Yeah, there was a guy who was squawking 1200.
Understand that. Listen here where he mentions.
And he was like literally in the clouds, completely lost.
And understand you want a right traffic pattern.
Right traffic pattern and a firm squawking VFR 1200.
The setup at the beginning of this video here is going to make a lot of sense of why I'm explaining in such detail of how this thing got so messed up in the beginning. There's two other phrases that the pilot uses here, and that's downwind and base. Downwind, the easiest way I can explain it to you is if you've ever gone to an airport and watched planes take off and landing, they're kind of making a racetrack pattern, right? So they take off and then they fly along parallel with the runway they're landing at, but the opposite direction. So when you're flying opposite direction of the runway you're going to land at, you're flying exactly 180 degrees from the way you're going to land, that's called a downwind. Then you make a 90-degree turn, that's your base leg, and then you have one more final turn, which is your final. So that base leg is when you have one more turn to come in to land. So downwind is 180 degrees, 90-degree turn, that's your base leg, then one more turn and you're ready to land. So it's just important to understand those terms because it's going to make sense why this was a problem. Listen again to what he says here.
Runway 32 left, line up and wait. And could you just confirm if you'd like us to maintain 1,500 feet for the downwind? It's Jet 868.
So as you're going 180 degrees, you're on a downwind, you make a 90-degree turn, that's your base leg, and then one more 90-degree turn and you're landing on the runway. And that's why I always laugh in some of these other videos when they say, oh, he's making a 45-degree turn into the runway, because when you go through flight school, you make 90-degree turns. So making a 45-degree turn is not a big deal. Now you understand more why that's comical to me. Now that I've explained all the boring stuff here, you understand as far as what the pilot is saying and what air traffic control's understanding is. I
didn't know he actually explained this stuff. Is this one of his earlier videos? Because I was looking this stuff up and I was like, oh, what does all this actually mean? Okay, this is like 2021. So this was, I don't know why he orders his videos like this, because some of these videos were done later on or when he was a captain, like this one. But for some reason they're early on in the playlist. I don't know why he did that. I don't know what kind of ordering he used, which would lead to this kind of thing, because it's not A to Z. So I'm really curious as to how the playlist ended up this way. Maybe he wanted to watch the videos again and shuffle them. I have no fucking idea. But let's let it continue.
Doing a traffic pattern, usually indicating that you're going to just be flying back in and landing. That's what he's saying, and that's what air traffic control is hearing, because that's what he is saying, and that is where the confusion starts. Listen to this.
This is Jet 868. Start that right turn now and keep your downwind inside the lake at 1,500.
We're turning in the right turn now at 1,500 inside the lake. This is Jet 868.
This is Jet 828. Need a hard turn. Remain west of the lake.
We are max back. This is Jet 868.
I think they're like practicing or something.
If you just maintain that
like I don't see any other reason why they would do this kind of thing.
Okay, continuing downwind to 1,000.
He's probably just practicing with this plane.
This is Jet 868 in 1 mile turn right.
They could be training for like a company.
Right base, this is Jet 868.
This is Jet 868. Looks like you're just overshooting final now. Traffic for SeaTac is about 2 miles to your west. Expect landing clearance on a 2 mile final, runway 32 left.
We're departing to the north. That's Jet 868.
So you heard the air traffic controller got him lined
kinda
up,
weird.
got the base leg and got him lined up to get ready to land. And then you heard the pilot say, we're departing. I think they said we're departing to the north. Listen.
We're departing to the north. That's Jet 868.
So essentially what he is telling
Trying
air
to
traffic
understand
control
what
at
this is.
this point is, I'm not planning to land. Well, I'm planning to keep going to the north now that I've turned all the way around. I'm planning to fly over the runway and just keep on flying that way. Now the controller obviously did not know that because he's getting him lined up to get ready to land. And that's where things get really crazy. Listen to
really
this.
weird,
This
man.
is 868, hard right hand turn. I need you eastbound for SeaTac Airport. Eastbound turn.
We're max back now. That's Jet 868.
Traffic alert, VistaJet 868, traffic at your 1 o'clock and 2 miles, climbing out of 1,800 feet at the Boeing 757. I need you on a north heading now.
We're heading north now. That's Jet 868.
VistaJet 868, same intentions again.
Yeah, we're on a departure to the north. Our destination is Athens, Lima Golf Alpha Victor. This is Jet 868.
VistaJet 868, we are not going to give you your IFR clearance airborne. You want a full stop landing?
Oh my god,
Negative.
what?
Are you able to negotiate? We're too heavy to land. We
They're
require
actually
to remain
negotiates.
airborne for the next 5 hours before we can reach max landing weight. This is Jet 868.
I read online that the pilot that's talking here actually had coordinated with somebody on the ground that they were going to do this pattern and then take off to the north. However, the person who sent me this audio, this was the beginning of the audio where he's talking to air traffic control.
Okay, so yeah, the problem
Obviously, the
wasn't
tower
that he was trying to
did not
land. The
know
problem
about
was that
this, and I couldn't find that audio anywhere.
he had
So if
he
that's
was
true,
flying
okay,
VFR and they
but
didn't
you
get
heard
the
controller
paperwork
that this
ready.
person's talking to in the tower has no idea about that going on, and I'm about to talk about that in a minute. But sometimes what will happen is when you're at an airport that's near a very, very large airport, the wait time to get off the ground can be a long time. You might be in, let's say, Santa Monica, which is near LAX. You might have to wait 45 minutes to get this IFR clearance to get out because they have so much traffic coming through LAX, so the wait time is really long for you to get out of there. So sometimes what will happen is that pilots will take off VFR, where there's no rules. They'll get up in the air and get clearance, but usually it's not somewhere so far away like Athens. There's a lot of different points that you have to write
that's
down
really weird.
along that fix to Athens. It's typically not what you'd want to do. All of this could have been avoided here. Had the pilot communicated with air traffic control, the guy in tower that's in this audio, and had they said, yes, we're going to do a pattern, but then we're planning to depart to the north, just to clarify and make sure that he understands what's going on and what their plan is, then this all would have been avoided. He could have coordinated all of that stuff before these guys got up in the air. But what he did is he just assumed that that guy thought, yeah, okay, I know that I already coordinated with the guy on the ground. If that did happen, I already coordinated with the guy on the ground, so this is all totally fine. I'm just going to take off and do pattern work, and he already knows what I want to do. It's better to clarify with somebody. If you don't have certainty that they understand what's going on, it'd be better to clarify. Now, if I'm the controller, based off of everything that this pilot is saying to me, I'm not understanding at all that you're planning to depart anywhere. I'm just hearing you want to do a pattern. So I wouldn't think anything different, just like this controller obviously didn't know or expect anything different until the pilot said,
even I expected him to
to
land.
to the north and go to Athens, which is a long ways away.
Delta 300, hold for the runway 22 right at Juliet. What is the gate number?
22.
Thank you. Delta 253, wind 180 at 5. Runway 22 right, cleared for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, secure right, Delta 253.
When I was a new pilot and I'd be talking to some old vet pilots, they would always say to me, yeah, I keep a mental map of everything that's going on with the planes around me, and I know who's taking off and landing and what planes are where. And I thought, man, how is that possible? There's so much things that are happening. But as you get more experience, everything starts to slow down for you. Think of it kind of like when you first start driving. When you first start driving a car, it seems like, oh, we're going 60 miles an hour or 100 kilometers an hour. Things are happening so fast right now. But the reality is after you have a couple years of driving, you start seeing and paying more attention and noticing things and being more aware, and things slow down for you. The same thing applies when you're in the sky. So what will happen is when you're new, you have tunnel vision. You don't really hear, see everything what's going on. But after time, you gain experience and you get more and more comfortable, and you hear and have a better mental image or a better situational awareness of what's going on around you. But at these pilots' level of experience at Delta, at this stage in their career, they should have pretty good situational awareness and listening to what's happening around them. And if you listen again to what happens, the air traffic controller tells some pilots to hold short of 22 right. Listen again to this audio.
Delta 300, hold for the runway 22 right at Juliet. What is the gate number?
So those pilots got told to hold short of 22 right. She asked what their gate was, and then later in the audio, she says this.
Delta 253, wind 180 at 5. Runway 22 right, cleared, forward takeoff.
Now, if you were paying attention and listening to what was going on around you, and you heard another plane just got cleared for takeoff of 22 right, you would drop the hammer or accelerate really quickly or quickly transmit, no, we're on the active runway or whatever. But they seem oblivious to what's going on here, and they're just crossing the runway, not listening to what's going on around them, which is not something you should ever do, but at these pilots' experience, it surprises me. But the controller also has some responsibility here. When they tell you to hold short, you're supposed to read back to hold short. So she should have said, hold short of 22 right, what's your gate? And they should have said, we're parking at gate 22, we'll hold short of runway 22 right. And had they not said that, she should have insisted that they say, hold short of 22 right. But she didn't. So she has some responsibility in this situation too. If you listen again, they just read back their gate without the hold short instructions. Listen.
Delta 300, hold for the runway 22 right at Juliet. What is the gate number?
22.
Thank you.
Sometimes there is a complacency at larger airports with air traffic control and pilots because it's a certain level of professionalism, and they expect that you would not make an error like this because there's two people up there at least that are listening to everything that's going on. And so usually what will happen, for example, is you get cleared to cross a given runway. The one pilot who's taxiing the aircraft will say, we're cleared to cross, and the other pilot that's in there will say, yes, we're cleared to cross. And that is an affirmation that both of you agree that you were cleared to cross that runway. That's typically what happens in most airlines. So when they cross this runway, I don't know what the rules are for Delta at this time, if they had anything like that, but they crossed the runway after they got told to hold short of 22 right. They just crossed. Now, when I did some of those flying videos at a smaller airport, for example, when I was out with Stella, the instructions were to go up and hold short of whatever runway it was. And I read it back a little bit shorthand. I said, okay, we'll taxi this way to the runway. And the controller was like, you're taxiing this way to this runway, like very stern. And I thought, man, they're really strict. And then I remembered I'm at a regular student airport, so pilots are learning how to fly there, so they need things to be very clear and precise, and they expect you to be more exact, which is probably a better habit that I should have, but they expect you to be more precise on what you're saying, the way you're getting to a specific runway, because student pilots get a little bit lost easier than a person who's an airline pilot. So sometimes there is a complacency because these types of things almost never happen with controllers and professional pilots. But at a smaller airport where student pilots are kind of spun around as what direction and what runway and crossing and things like that, they make those mistakes. You typically would hear something like what happened here from a student pilot, not from a professional pilot at a place like Delta.
Delta 300.
Delta 253 is aborting takeoff.
Delta 300, you're instructed to hold short of runway 22 right.
Maybe you said that, but I also repeated back clear to cross, and I'm sorry about that. We missed that.
You absolutely did not. Delta 300, what was the gate number?
22. 22. You asked us that, and I also assumed that you said clear to cross, and I repeat that. I thought that's what you said.
I said hold short of 22 right, and I asked you for your gate number, but
well, that's my fault. I misheard what you said and repeated back the wrong thing. Delta 300, what would you like us to do?
Delta 300, continue alpha to the ramp for now, monitor ground 121.9.
Alpha to the ramp 121.9. Roger.
Delta 300, you still up?
Yes.
Delta 300, possible pilot deviation. We're going to need you to call the tower here, advise me to copy the phone number.
Now, I've had some people say, Kelsey, you're telling people to be scared or nervous when they get told to call the tower. You heard her say possible pilot deviation, call the tower, blah, blah, blah. And that's because you're typically told to call the tower when you really mess something up, like this. You don't ever typically want to get told to call the tower. Doesn't mean that it's going to be bad, but for the most part, there was something that didn't happen the way it was supposed to happen. A lot of times you'll hear pilots when they get up in the flight deck and they'll say something like, I don't want to have to fill out any paperwork, I just want to finish this trip and go home. And that's true. You're not trying to have to call air traffic control, talk to the chief pilot, go to management, do the carpet dance. You're not trying to do any of that stuff. Pilots are lazy. I've mentioned that a lot of times. We want to go there, we want to fly our planes, we want to park our planes, and we want to go to our overnights and go have fun. So this is an example here of what happens is getting told to call tower is not what you want. Doesn't mean it's bad, but it's typically not something you did. Hey, you did such a great job. Give us a call. We want to talk to you about it. No. So I will give credit to the Delta pilot here because once he realized that he had made the mistake, he owned up and took responsibility for it and saying, hey, that was my fault. I misunderstood. But then he said he read about the readback saying that he was cleared across, which he didn't, and you heard that as well. But he did take responsibility for his actions. So I'll give him credit because people make mistakes, and obviously this was a mistake that's going to be a huge learning experience for both these pilots, and they will probably never ever make this type of mistake again. But like I said, this is so rare, and for those of you that are nervous flyers and thinking, oh my gosh, this is so rare. And
I'm not a nervous flyer, I'm a nervous taxier.
Pilot debrief or air traffic control versus pilots, so don't freak out. This is not very common at all. Now, as we always do, we got a funny one. Listen up.
Southwest 1774, 12,000, flight level 190. 1774, Boston Center, Roger, climb. 74, 12,000, flight level 190.
We got a funny one. Listen up.
Boston Southwest 1774, 12,000, flight level 190.
Why didn't you say climbing?
1774, Boston Center, Roger, climb, maintain. Level 400. Flight level 400, South 1774. Austin South 1774. We had that breakfast buffet. We can only make 38. Is that okay for you?
Bruh.
1774. I guess that's fine. Maintain level 380. 380, thanks. 1774. Hope it was good. It was.
See, I'm not the only one who lets it.
Okay. What's wrong with flight level 400? What's the issue with that? Why specifically pick flight level 380? What's the difference? It's the same shit. Why? It's like the most random request to make.
Free breakfast. I'm telling you, pilots are cheap. If there's free breakfast, we're getting up and we're going to go get our free breakfast. And in some hotels, I mean, it's an amazing breakfast. The place I'm at right now, you'll go down there and guys will be down there for 2 hours eating there. It's a really good breakfast. And if it's free, why not eat as much as you can? So for those of you who don't know when they're talking about these flight levels, the flight levels in the US, which is where they are, the flight levels are above 18,000 feet. We switch over from saying 17,000 feet to going flight level 190. That's for 19,000 feet. And that's for every altitude from the 18,000 up in the US. Every country is different. Some people transition at a lower altitude. So this transition, let's say, would
personally I would do 16,000 because 17,000 is a mouthful. But
500 feet, for example, you would say flight level 345. So that would be how you would say flight levels, and that's why he's saying flight level 340 or whatever flight level they're using. It's basically just the first three numbers of that altitude is what you say for your flight level. Now, speaking of free breakfast, if you want to see some of the memes where I talk about pilots loving free breakfast, check out this one here. And if you want to see some more pilots fighting with air traffic control, check out this video up here. I look forward to hearing from you. Until then, keep the blue side up.
hold on a second. Oh, never mind. I was gonna look and see when that video was made, but it doesn't matter that much.
This is Northwest Flight 188.
Doesn't really matter.
A320 flying from San Diego to Minneapolis on what should be a standard 4-hour flight. But for the last 80 minutes, air traffic control has been calling them without a response. Now, sometimes it happens while we're flying along that we get out of the range of the controllers when they're supposed to.
I find it extremely weird how, like, it lets you copy images from your phone, or you can delete them, but you can't cut them. Like, why not? It's just, I mean, it's just deleting the, copying it over and then deleting. Like, what's? Let me try this P2P thing instead. Maybe that'll work a little bit better. Because I'm just looking at images right now. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not gonna do that. I'll just keep looking where I was looking before. Alright, let's continue the video.
Pass us on to another frequency, and we can't hear them anymore. There's a term for it when you've lost radio communications. We call it NORDO, which is technically no radio, which is not actually the right word for it. No radio is like the old planes that didn't have any radio. That was a NORDO. But we call it going NORDO when you lose radio communications. And what happens in that scenario is that somebody from a nearby plane will call you, and air traffic control will use that plane as a relay to get the message to you, or you can pick them up on a frequency which we monitor most of the time called GARD, communications. And what happens in that scenario is that somebody from a nearby plane will call you, and air traffic control will use that plane as a relay to get the message to you, or you can pick them up on a frequency which we monitor most of the time called GARD. Something you'll typically notice when you get onto the flight deck of a commercial airliner is that they'll have this frequency in standby on the second radio, 121.5. Now technically when we're flying, we're supposed to be listening to two frequencies. One frequency is the one that we're communicating with air traffic control with, and this second frequency, GARD, we use to monitor emergencies. If that's a thing, you can hear if there's been a plane crash, you'll hear an alarm going off, so you can relay that information to air traffic control, and then you can use it in case you get out of range of air traffic control. Now, what I do is I have the main frequency that I'm talking on up louder, and then I have GARD, 121.5, up at like half volume. And the reason why I do that is so when I hear somebody talking to me, my aircraft, I can tell which frequency they're talking on. If it sounds at a normal frequency, I know they're talking to me on the number 1 radio. If it sounds kind of soft, I know it's on the number 2 radio, so I know where to reply to the person that's talking on. So that's a trick I learned back in the day, and I still use it now. Now that is what GARD is supposed to be used for, but in the US, some pilots don't listen to it because on the radio you'll hear people making cat noises like this.
You're on guard.
Now, I'm not the GARD police. We actually have one airline that has self-designated themselves to monitor and police that frequency, but that is not my airline, so I don't have to do that. The GARD frequency usually overseas, you will never hear people meowing or using it for any other reason. When you're crossing the ocean, you'll be able to monitor that frequency, and people will use it in some cases to find out what's going on with weather or things like that, but usually there's another frequency which we monitor for crossing the ocean. So that GARD frequency, really you should just be listening to it in the case that you lose your radio or you're out of radio range or there's an emergency. That's what it's used for. But the controllers, regardless of where you're at, will be able to communicate to you on that frequency. If you're out of range of their normal radio, they can call and look on the screen of where you're at, call that controller, say, hey, come up on GARD and call these guys and tell them to come up on your frequency. I wasn't able to pass them off to you. So the controller.
Hold on a second, guys. Wait a second. Look at this. I love these stupid NC Miata jokes, even though they're kind of a dick, making them. But like, look at this. So this is the car that in question, right? This is the car that's being described here. The car pictures are never convenient. There we go. This is a pretty good idea. So this is the NC Miata. I don't know why it has teeth, but whatever. And then it's just got my new NC today. I'm so excited, and it's a pirate ship, bro. Oh man, I love it. And then there's this one. That's why I took a screenshot of it, man, because this is just so good. An aircraft carrier with with a Challenger and a bunch of planes just sitting on it. Oh man, that's so good. Honestly, I get an NC Miata. That's the only Miata I would consider because I'm a bigger person, and I wouldn't be able to fit in like a ND because it's a smaller one. But honestly, if I have the opportunity to test drive or buy one, I would take it. Cause that car seems lit. That's just me though. Let's go back to the video.
Hear your call sign and go, oh, okay, they're looking for me. And that's how you're really never out of radio contact. But back here on flight 188, these pilots obviously weren't listening to guard because air traffic control...
I know it's disrespectful, but it's still hilarious to me.
At the start of this audio, the flight attendants had just called to ask how long they were from landing. And that triggers them to make this call to air traffic control.
Minneapolis Northwest.
Oh, there's another one also. Should probably listen to this actually. But there's another one. Virgin Boy Racer, the Chad Slow Boy. That's me right here. I drive a slow car. I floor it everywhere. I build what I want. K car, classic car, Miata. I don't unfortunately have it, either of these cars. But I share some similarities with a couple of these. I mean, K car is like Japanese. I have a Japanese car. A Miata is a Mazda. I kind of have a Mazda. Doesn't need horsepower. Yeah, I pretty much have the least amount of horsepower that a modern car can have. Works on their car. 0 to 60 eventually. For real. That's exactly how it goes. I mean, if I turn on sport mode, I can get there a little bit quicker. Is a shop baby, can't work on their own car, only cares about speed, builds for clout, has more horsepower than skill to use, buys cars based on 0 to 60. That's my dad. Thinks he wins races even when no one else is trying. Blows his engine up monthly. Yeah. Is there another one? Oh. Once you accept what is possible, you can understand how to chase the impossible. Man, these are awesome. Are you kidding me? Reject supercar boomer, become super cub zoomer. Oh, hell yeah. I actually was thinking of getting a motorcycle. Because, I don't know, man. Traffic is really annoying. And I think if I have a smaller motorcycle, I can just bob and weave through it. And I won't have to deal with any rush hour bullshit. But at the moment, I'm not in the position to get a motorcycle. But honestly, though, if I have a certain situation where I need to get to work, I need to commute to work, but the traffic is just so bad, and I get so much time saved if I just ride a motorcycle, I would do it. I'd do it. I really don't like rush hour. But anyway. Alright, let's go back to the video again. Oh man. That's so good. I'm gonna just copy these files over. That is peak content right there. Did I already copy this over? Yeah, I did. Okay, what about these? Copied that over. 807 355 412. Okay. So I got these three. Actually, no, we'll get all three. was thinking of putting one of them in the serious category, but nah, none of this is really serious. All of it's goofy shit. Alright, let's go back to the video.
Your frequency, I wasn't able to pass them off to you. So the controllers would call you on guard, you would hear your call sign and go, oh, okay, they're looking for me. And that's how you're really never out of radio contact. But back here on flight 188, these pilots obviously weren't.
I wonder if you would declare emergency if your guard signal doesn't work.
Reach them for over an hour. At the start of this audio, the flight attendants had just called to ask how long they were from landing. And that triggers them to make this call to air traffic control.
Minneapolis Northwest.
For an hour. At the start of this audio, the flight attendants had just called to ask how long they were from landing. And that triggers them to make this call to air traffic control.
Minneapolis Northwest. 188.
There's 188 Minneapolis Center. Go ahead.
Roger. We got distracted. Don't give overflown out Minneapolis. We are overhead Eau Claire and would like to make a 180 and do arrival from Eau Claire.
Really?
There's 188 Roger.
Really, guys?
Right. So heading a 100, be radar vectors set up there, holding that. And
You're flying IFR.
Okay, copy. Right. 180.
You got a lot of shit to do. You're not.
We have to give you some credit for not being lost. One of the worst things that can happen to you as a pilot is lose your overall situational awareness, meaning you don't know where you're at in space, and these pilots obviously knew where they were at. Let me show you on the map. This is the great state of Minnesota, and they were aiming to go here in Minneapolis, but they're actually over here near Eau Claire. And since they were coming from the west, they overshot it a bit. Now, I don't know what the weather conditions are like, but one of the first things that comes to my mind when I hear, oh, you're in
Maybe they saw some like terrain or something.
188 Roger.
Maybe that's why they got distracted.
Right. So heading a 100, be radar vectors set up there, holding that, and we'll see if we can't get seen it.
But they've overflown their destination, and now they have to hold. So my first thought is going to be fuel.
Okay.
How much fuel do I need in order to safely get on the ground, and what's the weather like? Which
fuel.
I
Okay.
don't really know because this was a long time ago. Of course, these controllers are going to wonder what's been going on with these pilots, so here they're going to follow up and find out what happened.
And Northwest 185 heading a 100, be radar vectors for your descent also.
I'm gonna go back to this again. I'm probably gonna be doing this multiple times. So there was a video where somebody said that their mom liked to park near a nice car, and the video creator, which is Bladed Angel, was like, I don't know why she does that. Why does she like to park next to a nice car? And this fella commented, he's like, oh, it's because it's a stupid thing for people to do, but if you park next to nicer cars than the one they own, they typically use the car as a reference point to remember where they themselves were parked. Especially in cases where there's a big number of cars in a confined space, it's easier to remember that you parked next to a purple Lamborghini than it is to remember parking next to a red Corolla. I kind of understand the rationale behind that, because especially if you have a smaller car, you want to have like a large, like you want to have another car as a reference point, because a lot of cars are going to be blocking your view. It's one thing if all the cars were the same height, but if you have a smaller car, the other cars are going to be a lot bigger than yours, so it's going to be a little bit more difficult to find yours. That's kind of like a little perk that you get from having a massive SUV or have like a big ass pickup truck. It's impossible to miss your car, but for most of us, you know, Gen Z folks who don't have a lot of money to our name, we got to get smaller cars because those are going to be the cheaper ones in almost all scenarios. He said there's a 100 IQ move. My theory is she knew you like cars. I'm assuming you also did right then. Parked next to an exciting car. Okay, I don't know why I didn't look at these other ones, but yeah. So that's interesting. You know, while we're at it, let's look at some other ones. It's less likely to get stolen. People with expensive cars are less likely to damage yours. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was thinking people wanted to do it because if the car was backing out, then they likely will not damage your car. Built-in dash cam security system. Okay. Yeah. All right, here we go. This one, I think this was like a racetrack versus golf. Like they wanted to get rid of a racetrack in order to build a golf course. And I was like, damn, he knows that golf courses are very environmentally bad. Like, it requires more land per player than any other sport because of that natural habitats are destroyed and native species are forced to leave their homes. And there's also soil erosion and water pollution due to sediment runoff, which is also very not good. So, yeah, golf kind of sucks. Golf is kind of the worst. But yeah, Blade Angel is actually a pretty smart person. Like, you would think, oh, he's a car guy, so all he knows is vroom vroom and... But he actually knows a thing or two about, like, reality. Like, one point that he made about self-driving cars that I've never heard anybody else make is that there's a lot of bad owners out there who don't take care of their vehicles, and a self-driving car isn't really going to be able to deal with that. Like, if a driver doesn't want to change their brakes, the brakes are not going to get changed, regardless of whether it's self-driving or not. So, pretty interesting stuff. So, more golf shit that I thought was interesting enough to screenshot, apparently. Yo, this picture's hilarious to me, bro. Oh, man. Mean mugging on the phone. You'll love to see it. And then you had a LinkedIn influencer starter pack. That's the most random thing to have on your car video, bruh. I don't know who needs to hear this, but yeah, you see that a lot on LinkedIn. You also see agree all the time. Hire for attitude. That's pretty common as well. Not as common as these two, but very common. Would you rather work in the office, work from home, hybrid, poll? I haven't seen that often. I think that was more of a product of its time. I once hired someone with no experience. Yeah, that's pretty common too. I was on my way to a job interview when I saw a homeless man. I haven't seen that personally, but I've seen like parodies of it. That mess is wild. Guy who makes crypto his entire personality. Wall Street bets. Jeff and Elon to the moon with rockets. I don't know what this is. Buy my NFT, and it is literally the lamest looking NFT ever. What do you think's gonna buy the next day with 0.001 Bitcoin? Oh man, it works on the blockchain. No cash, just crypto. Oh man, I'm just looking at pictures now, man. This is the stream now. Yeah, I mean, if you can read that, you can read it. Well, actually, what I thought this said was like Kermit and then manhole. Like you go and you jump into a manhole. That's what I thought it meant, but it actually isn't. So that was pretty unexpected. He later clarified what it meant. So this is just like comparing car people to weebs. Sociable, know the boundaries, they can take jokes. Yo, wanna see my build? Doesn't harass Blade Angel, doesn't stalk Blade Angel, doesn't ask for his number. Yo, see you next meet, goes home, refuses to elaborate, Giga Chad mindset. Weebs, no social skills, creepy stalkers, can't take a rejection. I don't know, do I count as a weeb just because I have a Japanese car? And because I play Japanese video games, does that make me a weeb? I mean, I low-key don't have social skills. I low-key don't have them. Creepy stalkers, can't take a rejection. Sees me at cons, please don't leave me. Carry my Tasha to success, we're best friends now. I'll commit if you leave. Help me make dollars. Begs for you to make time for them, otherwise they will literally stalk you at conventions, meets, or even in restaurants just to bug me. Complete incel mindset. I low-key do also ask people to help me make dollars, bro. Like, I'm trying so hard to get to make money. I'm trying so hard. The job application just don't work, man. It don't work no more. That's the thing about it. Like, you can ask everybody and their mommy and daddy to help you get a job, and they will be just as clueless as you are. Because they have one, but they got it when things were better and easier. Also, this mess is crazy. Oh no, this wasn't what I was thinking. This was I think the VTOL thing. Yeah. The MV-22 was too hot for the deck plates on some of the carriers, and that high temperatures could deform the deck plates under structure. So yeah, that's the problem with VTOL. I was thinking that was the one that can fuel within flight. This was about like flying cars and shit. I can't believe he knows about like the details of why VTOL is not commonly used. Okay, this sent me on my villain arc, the Chevrolet Corvette SUV. Yeah, for sure. That mess is stupid. That mess is extremely dumb. I'm low on fuel, LOL. Parry this casual. Yo, these screenshots are impeccable. Okay, clear taillights. Absolutely beautiful. I have clear taillights, kind of. I'd have to actually check. I don't think I do. Now that I think about it, I actually don't think I do. Okay. Let's go back. God, there's so many screenshots. Yeah, we're done for now.
Yeah.
Blade Angel used to make really good videos. Now he just makes kind of just like boring shit. I still watch him because it's entertaining to listen to him, but yeah.
Heading a 100.
If you're going there for education, you ain't gonna get it.
And Northwest 185 heading a 1.
Not his epidemic stuff. Almost ever.
00, the radar records.
Because he pretty much just watches like TikTok videos and just comments on that. It uses that to to reach a conclusion for his epidemic video.
For your descent also, and you are clear Minneapolis, via radar vectors, heading 100 for clear, and then clear 8 arrival.
Okay, copy. 100 to pick up field clear 8 arrival northwest, 188.
Northwest 188 center, wants you up on 3375.
Okay, we'll come up on 3375.
So
28, no, stay right here, 123.72, 2372 for now, and I'll have you over that arrival sector here in just a moment. You can stay right here, and on this frequency, and I just have to verify that the cockpit is secure.
It is secure. We got distracted when we were
28, Ryder.
Remember how I talked about earlier?
So-
sometimes air traffic control will use a group of pilots to relay a message to another.
Are they gonna go to Minneapolis or not?
That's why they're not hearing them. I think that's what happened when this female pilot checked in with them.
Northwest 188 center, wants you up on 3375.
What did he say?
That's why they're not. They use a group of pilots to relay a message to another plane because they think they're out of range, and that's why they're not hearing them. I think that's what happened when this female pilot checked in with them.
Northwest 188 center, wants you up on 3375.
Of course, these controllers are asking if the pilots are okay, if they're in control of the aircraft, because this is after 9/11, so they need to make sure that everything's okay. In a lot of cases, if you've not talked to air traffic control for that long of a period of time, fighter jets are going to get sent up in the air to come look and see what's going on, what's happening, is the plane safe, are the pilots awake? And they're going to do some things to wake the pilots up, and they're going to call them, and they have their own procedures of things they're going to do, which I'm not going to talk about in this video, but they're going to make sure the pilots, if they are sleeping, wake up. So if you ever look out your window and see something like a fighter jet flying outside,
wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up.
However, if
That's
the
all I
pilots
think
are
about when I hear
their
that.
radios and are out of radio contact because their radio, let's say they spilt something on it and the radio stopped working, which has happened, we do have a way to transmit to air traffic control, hey, everything is fine, but our radio's not working, and they can see exactly what we're doing and everything, and they'll know from that code that we set up, hey, everything's fine with the plane, but they're having some radio issues, and that's totally fine. That's not a big deal at all. But these pilots did neither of those things. They said they were distracted.
It is secure. We got distracted when we were
Of course, air traffic control is not just going to take, oh, you were distracted for the last hour and a half. Like, that's a long time. To put it in perspective, let's say 5 to 10 minutes, that could happen all the time. You could be thinking you're on a frequency, you've gotten a handoff from somebody else, you can still hear people talking on the radio, but no one had said your name, so you just kind of ignored it. That happens, 5 or 10 minutes, that's not a big deal.
It didn't look like a long distance, but it must have been an hour and a half. That's crazy.
Anybody talking about anything.
That's definitely not like some terrain that you saw. That's definitely something else.
What they'll do is they'll just key up the mic and say, like, anyone there? And the controllers will say, yeah, we're still here, it's just quiet. And we're doing that because we think, man, maybe we lost contact or something's wrong because it's just so quiet. During COVID, it was like that. We were flying around, just be one of the only planes in the sky, and we're flying around and you don't hear anything. It was really eerie, but a lot of times guys would...
But really easy for the controllers.
Because it's weird. So you want to make sure you're still in radio contact. So that's what will happen after a while. But after an hour, if you haven't heard your call sign, you know there's been a problem. Here's what happens next.
Minneapolis Northwest 188 to Seattle 356 for 320.
Northwest 188 Minneapolis, director. How much fuel do you have left?
We got plenty of fuel.
Northwest 188, do you have time to give a brief explanation on what happened?
Just time to distraction, that's all I can say.
Northwest 188, Roger. Northwest 188, is there any way you can elaborate on the distraction?
We're just dealing with some company issues here, and that's all I can say right now.
Northwest 188, Roger.
That's awkward.
I'm guessing air traffic control keeps asking them about what's going on, hoping that these pilots are going to hang themselves, probably because the military and some of the big bosses up in the FAA are telling these controllers, find out what was actually going on. Normally, they're not going to be asking you those types of questions unless you have an emergency or a fire. They don't have that situation. They may also just be trying to verify that these pilots are actually the pilots and not somebody that has bad intentions. I don't know. But these pilots are being smart, if you will, about not hanging themselves. there is a cockpit voice recorder, as most of you will know, and that cockpit voice recorder records everything. However, it records over itself. It's used in the case of an accident, so it will keep recording until there's some type of an impact. This plane landed safely so that there was no impact, nobody died, but when that impact, that's when it stops recording. So it will keep recording over itself so they know the longer the flight is, the easier everything's going to be because there won't be any information on the cockpit voice recorder. And most pilots know this rule buried very deep in the rule books on page 764. Information obtained from the record is used to assist in determining the cause of accidents or occurrences in connection with the investigation under Part 830. The administrator does not use the cockpit voice recorder record in any civil penalty or certificate action. Essentially what that means is if you're talking badly about your boss and it's caught on that recording, they can't use that in any way to penalize you. That's basically what it comes down to. However, the FAA doesn't really care, because at the end of the day, they can do whatever they want, and if you're not flying the plane safely, it doesn't matter what the cockpit voice recorder says. You haven't checked in for an hour and a half, and that's what's happening with these guys. They're trying to get that information because now you haven't talked on the radio for a while. Everybody's involved, and you got a lot of attention on you, and you don't want to be flying with everybody paying a lot of attention to you and who you are and what's going on. You want to be under the radar. You want to do your whole career and have nobody know who you are. That's the key. So these pilots said they weren't doing this, sleeping. They said they were working on their schedules. Now in some countries, pilots are allowed to take controlled rest.
So they were
call it
sleeping?
Naps or sleeping, they just call it controlled rest. But the FAA doesn't allow that. I think that being a guy that does a lot of long haul and flying in the backside of the clock in the middle of the night, getting an extra 15 or 20 minutes of rest while you're there in the seat makes sense to me, as long as the other person is there and awake and stays awake. And there have been some recent changes to mitigate these risks. Everything in aviation, what we do is we look at, hey, this is a risk, and flying all night is a risk, even though this flight was not all night, but flying all night for me is definitely a risk. So we have things that are set up in place to prevent that risk from becoming a real big problem, like sleeping for 80 minutes. This FAA document says, although a number of foreign air carriers authorized in-seat cockpit naps during the flight, the FAA does not authorize such in-seat cockpit naps. Now, the interesting thing to keep in mind with this is they don't want someone up there while the other person isn't there to monitor them. However, on a freighter, if I'm sitting in the seat there by myself while the other pilot gets up, goes to the bathroom, puts some food in, starts doing the coffee, they could be gone for 10 or 15 minutes, and I'm just up there doing all this stuff by myself while that person is doing all those other things, going to the bathroom, getting some food, making some coffee. That could easily take 10 or 15 minutes. So is there a real difference between that and me sleeping there for 15 minutes, or them sleeping there for 15 minutes, which would help them be more alert and more awake and be safe while they're flying? No, I don't really think so. However, I don't get to make the rules. I'm just out there flying the jet. So those are the rules that we have to follow until the FAA says, hey, we now think cockpit naps or whatever they call them are okay, so you can do it. In that case, you can do it. And what's funny is, earlier in that exact same document, they say it's beneficial for restoring both performance and alert levels, especially during long periods of wakefulness. But rules are rules, so you don't do it. What I do is I turn on all the lights that are on the flight deck at night. I turn on all the lights so that way it's nice and bright and it makes it not a sleeping environment. I have had people where what they do is they dim all the lights and they get it real dark, and then they'll turn the heat up, get it all warm, and I say, like, look man, I'm like a glass of milk and a cookie away from just being useless to you and sleeping for the next 4 hours. So I say, if you want to make it all dim, that's fine, but if you're going to hear me sleeping in like 10 minutes. So then they'll turn on the lights and turn up everything bright. It's just, that's just not going to work for me. You can't make everything dim in the middle of the night while I'm tired and then go like, oh yeah, this is so nice. That's never going to work, and I think that's dumb. So I mitigate that risk by turning all the lights on, and that helps me to stay awake. The other thing is they have this crew alerting system now, whereas if you're not touching anything, if you're not turning on the radio or touching something on the control panel, if you're not doing any of those things after a certain amount of time, you get a message, and it looks like this. Once we see this, we have just a few minutes to respond. If we don't respond within a few minutes, then it turns into something like a fire alarm noise, and I had some pilots once do that. I was in the galley just making food. I was on break, but they just wanted to see what would happen, and they took it to that fire alarm noise, And I came running up there, and my heart was just racing because I thought something really bad has happened because we're in cruise over the ocean. And they were just like, oh yeah, we saw that new thing, we just wanted to see what happened, which is kind of what pilots do. So they just wanted to see what was going to happen. So now the planes have mitigated the risk with that. So between lights and just knowing how to handle your rest thing, now the manufacturers have put this in there so that way pilots, if they do fall asleep, which look, it's human, you could have an 8-hour flight, it could be just 2 people, you could be doing it over the middle of the night across the ocean. Nope.
Huh. So this says, if you don't know which home inspector to hire, ask your builder which inspector you should stay away from. Then go hire that inspector. Why does that low-key sound like goated advice? Why am I actually going to use that when I inevitably end up buying a home? Oh my gosh.
Nobody's talking to you, it can happen. And if you don't respond and you both happen to fall asleep, which would obviously be a problem, then you have your plane will wake you up. So there's just a mitigation of the risk that way as well. Now, according to this report, both pilots ended up getting their licenses removed, which means the airline can't keep them there as pilots. And truthfully, it's kind of sad because I'm sure these pilots have probably had a very good career and they maybe never made any mistakes, but that's one of the things about being a pilot. They don't let you make any mistakes. You make one big mistake and that's it. And that's the way it works in the world of being a pilot. There's a lot of glory, but there's a lot of pressure as well. If you do something stupid like fall asleep, even though it was just an honest mistake, and I'm not saying that these pilots fell asleep, but they didn't respond for 80 minutes. So whatever it was that they were doing, they could have been watching a movie and totally been having a great time up there, but you're not doing what you were supposed to be doing, which was flying the plane. So regardless of whatever it is, you made one mistake, and sometimes one mistake is all it takes, and everything's over.
Oh my gosh. Oh. Let me open up Plot Player. We're gonna go back on this Elgato thing again. Let me open up Plot Player. Oh my lord, y'all. Oh my lord. Folks, actually, let me do something real quick before I do all that. Actually, as a matter of fact, there's another thing I wanted to do. You remember at the beginning of the stream, and I might not have done this, but there was some other videos here. I'm just gonna play it on speaker. Can't hear anything. Just play it on speaker. How do you do this?
What brings you?
More actions. Force mute all of them? Don't force mute all of them.
You out.
Brave. Okay, there we go. This should work now.
What brings you out to the dealership? Yeah, man, I actually came to check out this RS5. I was planning on putting around 10% down. I should handle my taxes and everything.
Wait. Okay, well, slow down, buddy. How old are you?
Only 10% down? Nah, come on now. Everybody who's a somebody knows that you need to put 20%. 20%, that's how you do it. Okay, if you're really feeling, you know, bold, you can maybe get away with 15%, but 20%, y'all, 20%. That's how you do it. Period.
22. You're young. Yes, sir. 20, early 20s. Yeah, I actually just grabbed.
I just, like, how do these people end up getting a car so early in their life? Like, finance a car, not just like buy a cash car. How do you do that? How do you have so much money? Let's just hear him out.
Graduated from UTA. What's that? University of Texas at Arlington. Oh, okay. Nice, man. That's amazing.
That means you're more broke. That doesn't explain how you. Let's just hear him out.
Well, I mean, yes, sir. For a college grad like you, you need to be in like a little Toyota Corolla or something. No, I just got my finance degree. A little Nissan Sentra. No, I just got my finance degree. A little Mazda, huh? No, I just got my finance degree. Well, Hyundai, huh? No, I just got my finance degree. You know, all the finance bros are in. Finance degree? Yeah. I'm not even a finance manager yet. I ain't get promoted yet. You mean to tell me you can get a job in finance before me? Yeah. And I've been selling cars for 5 years? Yeah. And you think you can sign my paperwork? You think you can do your own paperwork? You think you're smart? Yes, sir. So you want to put 10% down on this? 10% down, yeah, that should handle my taxes and everything, and I'm going to finance the rest. So, I mean, at a 72-month, 23% interest rate, I should be at around 726, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm really trying to be patient here. This is triggering the hell out of me. Just what is there even to say? The comment section is blowing up. I know, for sure, it's blowing up.
So you did all that math. I'm gonna create, or no, I'm gonna make I'm sorry. You know, I get brain fog sometimes. You know, my brain moves so fast. Brain frog. Yeah. So yeah, I'm gonna. So 700. What brings you out to the dealer?
Man, that sucked. I don't like that. Do not like it. Oh man, I was supposed to open in a new tab. You idiot. You fool. Now the listing is gonna change. Thanks, YouTube. Thank you so much for being YouTube. Thank you so much. I think there was one other that I wanted to watch, but yeah, this is why I always make a bunch of tabs. Alright. So much for that idea. Wasn't I looking at a picture? Oh, yeah. Okay. So there was like a broadcast regarding let's see, GDP. So let's see. The U.S. poverty line is calculated as 3 times the cost of a minimum food diet in 1963, adjusted for inflation. 3 times the minimum food budget. I felt sick. Yeah, that mess is fraudulent as hell. Poverty line is definitely a fraud. I bet even if I got this job that I'm looking at, I would still be realistically under the poverty line. If we're taking like the number that he's going to develop here, I'll still be under the poverty line. But let's just continue this. So you can see 1/3 of their income on groceries. Pricing data was hard to come by for many items. For example, housing. If you could calculate minimum adequate food budget, so it's the government being behind as per usual. So we're taking like these metrics seriously when we really should not be. We should be taking them pretty much with a entire sack of salt. Like this mess is so outdated. It's actually wild. How do I go into the next one? Yeah, this image viewer is not the greatest. I was trying to use another one, but it didn't really work as well as I thought it would. I gotta find another image viewer. This one's really bad. It's not possible to state unequivocally how much is enough. It should be possible to assert with confidence how much on average is too little. She was drawing a floor, a line below which families are clearly in crisis. For 1963, that floor made sense. Housing was relatively cheap. A family could rent a decent apartment or buy a home on a single income, as we discussed. So they picked like the absolute worst time to make a poverty line. Great. Childcare didn't really exist as a market. Mothers stayed home, family helped their neighbors, who likely had someone home, watched each other's kids. Cars were affordable. So basically people had time to do things. They had time to take care of other people. They weren't completely focused on each other or on themselves. That's part of the reason why friendship is so hard to come by as well. And so many people are lonely. It's because you barely have time to just keep yourself above water, let alone help other people. Housing was relatively cheap. A family could rent a decent apartment, buy a home on a single income, as we discussed. Healthcare was provided by employers and cost relatively little. $10 a month. Holy shit, that's it? Childcare didn't really exist. Cars were affordable, if prone to breakdowns. But even if they broke down, the repairs are not going to be astronomically high like they are now. With few luxury frills, the neighborhood kids in Votech could fix most problems when they did. College tuition could be covered with a summer job. Retirement meant a pension income, not a pal 401k assets you had to fund yourself. Yeah, exactly. Orshansky's food times 3 formula was crude, but as a crisis threshold, a measure of too little, it roughly corresponded to reality. What? Food times 3 formula was crude, but as a crisis threshold, it roughly corresponded to reality. Okay, so basically the point is, you buy food for 3 people, and the rest, or you buy food for 2 people, and the rest should be fine because it's so damn cheap it doesn't even matter. Got a copy. That's like similar to the you should spend like 1/3 of your income on rent, but instead it was for food. Everything changed, but when the Fire Nation attacked, housing costs exploded. Healthcare became the largest household expense for many families. Employer coverage shrank while deductibles grew, probably because they're also paying more in rent. Childcare became a market, and that market became ruinously expensive. College went from affordable to crippling. Transportation costs rose as cities sprawled and public transit withered under government neglect. Nice. So, yeah, the city sprawled, but there's still a lot of people in the city center, so I don't know why they bothered to get rid of public transportation. It's just a really strange move. I think they just wanted to keep more money for themselves, just funnel the money back to them. That's the only reason I can think of that they got rid of it. The labor model shifted. A second income became mandatory to maintain the standard of living that one income formerly provided. But a second income meant childcare became mandatory, which meant 2 cars became mandatory. Uh-oh, more expenses. Or maybe you'd simply be asking for a lot. Okay, I can't read that shit. You're asking for a lot, generationally speaking, because living under your parents helps to defray those childcare costs. The composition of household spending transformed completely. 2024, food at home is no longer 33% of household spending. For most families, it's 5 to 7%. Housing now consumes 35 to 45%. Healthcare takes 15 to 25%. Childcare for families with young children can eat 40 to 20%. Think about it, it's 5 to 7% when food is like just skyrocketing in cost. Even with all that, it's still 5 to 7%. That just shows how expensive everything is. So housing is 35 to 45%. Healthcare is 15 to 25. Childcare is 20 to 40%. I'm so glad I don't have to pay for any of that shit. Living with your parents is the way to go now. Period. If you don't have parents, I don't know what you would do. Get it out the mud, I guess. You know, live in a tent until you can save enough for a down payment on an apartment. That's the only thing I can think of. Because I'm pretty sure it's standard for an apartment to make you pay first and last month rent. I'm pretty sure. That's like your down payment. Poverty could be defined by the inverse of food budget share, but update the food share to reflect today's reality. The multiplier is no longer 3. It becomes 16. Which means you measure income inadequacy today. The way Orshansky measured in 1963. The threshold for a family of 4 wouldn't be 31,200. It'd be somewhere between 130 and 150,000. Yep, there you go. Remember, Orshansky was only trying to defend too little. She was identifying crisis, not sufficiency. If the crisis threshold, the floor below which families cannot function, is honestly updated to current spending patterns, it lands at $140,000. Yeah, I definitely will not be making that much. What does that tell you about the 31,200 line we still use? Tells you we're still measuring starvation. Yeah, and this number, you can kind of make it a little bit easier by having somebody else making money with you. But that's pretty much all you can do. Is to cooperate with somebody else. There's really no other way to get to that number. Without like a big time sink. That's really all you can do. Imbalance between which rich and poor is the oldest and most fatal ailment of all republics, says Plutarch. The real math of survival. The official poverty line for family 4 in 2024 is 31,200. Mean household income is roughly 80,000. We've been told implicitly that a family earning 80,000 is doing fine. Say above poverty, solidly middle class, perhaps comfortable. No. But for Shansky's crisis threshold were calculated today using our own methodology, the $80,000 family would be living in deep poverty. Wanted to see what happened if I ignored the official stats and simply calculate the cost of existing. Base needs budget for a family of 4, 2 earners, 2 kids. No vacation, no Netflix, no luxuries. Just the participation tickets required to hold a job and raise kids in 2024. $32,000 for childcare? $32,000 a year? What the hell? Nobody can pay that. $23,000. Childcare costs more than housing. Wait, I think they're just talking about like. You know what? We're just gonna take it at face value. Housing, food, transportation. Transportation is literally more than food, which is insane. Healthcare, other essentials, 180,000. There you have it. 80,000 will only cut it if both you and your partner are making 80,000. That's the only way it'll work. That's just for the minimum. Nothing, no middle class lifestyle at all. Largest line item isn't housing, it's actually childcare. This is the trap. To reach the median household income of 80,000, most families require 2 earners. The moment you had the second earner chase that income, you trigger the childcare expense. Uh-oh. If one parent stays home, the income drops to 40 or 50K, well below what is needed to survive. If both parents work to hit 100,000, they hand over 32,000 to a daycare center. The second earner isn't working for a vacation or a boat. Second earner is working to pay the stranger watching their children so they can go to work and clear 1,000 to 2,000 extra a month. It's a closed loop. It's like buying the car to get to the job so that you can pay for the car. It's kind of like that. Which is pretty much the situation I'm in right now. Critics will immediately argue that I'm cherry-picking expensive cities. They'll say $136,500 is a number for San Francisco or Manhattan, not real America. So let's look at real America. Model above allocates $23K per year for housing. That breaks down to $1,938 a month, which is the number that serious economists use to tell you that you're doing fine. In my last piece, I analyzed a modest starter home which turned out to be Caldwell, New Jersey, the kind of place a teamster could afford to live in 1955. I don't know what a teamster is. I think that's just like a kind of person that existed back then. Went to Zillow to ask what it costs to live in the same town if you don't have a down payment or are forced to rent. There are 2-bedroom plus units available in the entire town. The cheapest one rents for $27.15 a month. That's a 777 monthly gap. That's for 2 bedrooms. Like, you could probably fit 1 child in there at best. I guess you could technically fit a second child if you have like a bunk bed. You can get away with 2 bedrooms if you keep things tight. The kids won't like it. I can tell you, I was there. But you can definitely do 2 bedrooms. 777 monthly gap between the model and reality. That's $9,300 a year in post-tax money. To cover that gap, you need to earn an additional $12,000 to $13,000 in gross salary. God damn, son. So the real poverty line, he says, is $440,000. I'm actually being conservative here. I'm using optimistic national average housing assumptions. They plug in the actual cost of living in zip codes where the jobs are. Rent is $2,700, not $1,900. The threshold pushes past $160,000. The market isn't just expensive, it's broken. 7 units available in a town of thousands, that isn't a market. That's a shortage masquerading as an auction. And that $27.15 rent check buys you 0 equity. In the 1950s, the monthly housing cost was a forced savings account that built generational wealth. Today, it's a subscription fee for a roof. And now the houses are getting worse on top of that. So, you technically have equity, but bro, like, the house is going to fall apart. You're going to have to repair it, and then there goes your equity. So, yeah. Absolute lunacy. There's no way to win. You either lose or you lose harder. There's no winning. There are exactly 7 2-bedroom plus units available in the entire town. The cheapest one rents for $27.15 per month. Oh wait, I already read that. It's broken. Okay, this is the same fucking picture, but like slightly different with the spectralizer. So I'll just delete that picture. Where is it? It's can't see because of my fucking camera blocker up here. 347. Okay, we'll delete this one. Alright. Is it still there? No, okay. Alright. The hedonic lie, why a phone costs $200, not $58. Economists will look up at 140,000 figure and scream about hedonic adjustments. Heck, I will scream to you about them. They're valid attempts to measure the improvement in quality that we honestly value. I will tell you that comparing 1955 to 2024 is unfair because cars today have airbags, homes have air conditioning, and phones are supercomputers. I'll argue because the quality of the good improved, the real price dropped. And I will be making a category error. We are not calculating the price of luxury. We are calculating the price of participation. Ah, isn't that just lovely? To participate in 1955 society, to have a job, call a doctor, and be a citizen, you need a telephone line. Can't do that anymore. $5 a month. Now it's $58 adjusted for inflation. And you can't have a $58 landline. You have to have $200 a month. You have to check your school portal or your child's school portal. Digital only. You need a smartphone plan. You need home broadband as well. But look at the computing power you get. But look at what I need now. They've raised the bar. So connection to the economy, the price of the utility didn't just keep pace with inflation, it tripled relative to it. So that's just insane. Frankly, clinically insane. I ran this participation audit across the entire 1955 budget. I didn't ask, is the car better? I asked, what does it cost to get to work? Exactly. So, yeah, it's okay. Our cars are better, but where are the crappy cars that they used to be able to get that were way cheaper? You know, it would be one thing if we were getting more money, but we're not. So, that's a problem, bro. 1955 Blue Cross family coverage was roughly $10 a month. $115 in today's dollars. Today the average is $1,600 a month. Oh my god. That's 14 times inflation. Oh man. Healthcare is a racket, y'all. Taxes. In 1955, the Social Security tax was 2% on the first $4,200 of income. The maximum annual contribution was $84. Adjusted for inflation, that's about $960 a year. Today, a family earning the median $80,000 pays over $6,100. These old people are fucking making bank. They're making money hand over fist. All they had to do is just increase the Social Security tax. $6,100 of Social Security? Brother. How? Childcare. In 55, this cost was zero because the economy supported a single earner model. Now it's $32,000. That's an infinite increase in the cost of participation. The only thing that actually tracked official CPI was food. Everything else, the inescapable fees required to hold the job, stay healthy, and increase children have inflated at the multiples of the official rate when considered on a participation basis. Yes, these goods and services are better. I would not trade my 65-inch 4K TV mounted flat on the wall for a 25-inch CRT dominating my living room, but I don't have a choice either. Well, they're not all great. I mean, I really hate the smart features that they had on these TVs to make them more bloated and very slow to use, and also that they use that as an excuse to give you advertising as well, which is also just another great way to encourage consumerism in my household. So yeah, the 25-inch CRT, it's not looking too bad now. I mean, there are a lot of problems with those. Don't get me wrong. The remote control that they have for the last TV, or not the last TV. The last TV remote control is actually pretty good for the Samsung. It was the one before that. That was really pain in the ass to use. But now the controller, the Roku controller, that's actually a pretty good remote. As a matter of fact. I do like that remote quite a bit. But it's undeniable that the drawbacks are not really worth it. So, anyway. Yeah, give us the option, bro. Give us the option to get cheap stuff. Please. $100,000 is the new pour. Once I established that $136,500 is the real break-even point, I ran the numbers on what happens to a family climbing the ladder toward that number. What I found explains the vibes of the economy. You know, now that I think about it, this is going to be my excuse to not move out. I'll just send them this video. If somebody asks me, I'm going to be like, hey, this is why. Until I make 140 to 160,000, I ain't moving out. I know this takes into account childcare. Okay, I know, but let's just be honest here. Okay. All right. We take away childcare, and now what is it? It's still like 120K. So 120K, that's my minimum before I move out. Just in case I get into a relationship, I need to pay for somebody else's shit. That's going to be my rationale. 120K. Until I make 120K, I am moving 1 inch from this address. Alright. Our entire safety net is designed to catch people at the very bottom, but it sets a trap for anyone trying to climb out. Income rises from 40K to 100,000, benefits disappear faster than wages increase. I call this the valley of death. Indeed. You gotta be very responsible in order to be in that area there. The view from 35,000. This is the official poor. At this income, the family is struggling, but the state provides a floor. They qualify for Medicaid, free healthcare. They receive SNAP, which are food stamps. Medicaid would be very helpful for people in this this zone here. Would be very helpful. They receive SNAP food stamps. They receive heavy childcare subsidies. Really, their deficits are real but capped. Whoa. I didn't know they received childcare subsidies. That's why people are making babies, bro, because they get free childcare and they can still hold a job. Oh my god. It's all coming together now, y'all. I don't know how I missed this the first time I watched it. Okay. The cliff at 45K. Family earns a $10,000 raise. Good news? No. At this level, the parents lose Medicaid eligibility. Suddenly, they must pay premiums and deductibles. Income gain is $10,000, but the expense increase, oh no, it's $10,000 and $10,567. The result, they're actually poorer than before. The effective tax on this mobility is over 100%. Next, we get to 65,000. Now it's the child care that becomes an issue. They get promoted to 65,000. They're now solidly working class. But at roughly this level, child care subsidies vanish. They must now pay the full market rate for daycare. Like, the fact that they don't have, like, some sort of scale for this is frankly delusional as hell. I mean, they have, like, they need something where if you make a certain income, the state provides this amount of support, and if you make a little bit more income, the state still provides a little bit. Like, why is it just 0 or all or nothing. This is a comedy routine. Think of the children, man. I usually say fuck the kids, but I don't know, man. This is different. Because now it's affecting the adults too. Income gain plus 20,000. 20,000 expense increase. Yeah, this is even crazier than the other one. Like, this was a $567 deficit. This is $8,000 deficit. Net result, total collapse, pretty much. There you go. I mean, if you don't have children, you'll probably be fine, but that's pretty much the only way to dodge this this trap, really. Family earning $100,000 is effectively in a worse monthly financial position than a family earning $40,000. $40K, you're drowning, but the state gives you a life vest. At $100,000, you're drowning, but the state says you're a high earner and ties an anchor to your anchor. What the fuck? An anchor to your ankle, called market price. Free market. And actually, I think these subsidies are probably why the market price is so damn high. Because that's what happened with universities. They increase their prices because of the subsidies. So that may be the reason why childcare is so expensive as well. And healthcare as well. Well, healthcare it's also an issue because of the employers paying for it. So, call option to the poor, rig the gamma. As you move closer to the money, self-sufficiency, the delta collapses. For every dollar of effort you put in, the system confiscates 70 to 100 cents. No rational trader would take that trade. Yet we wonder why labor force participation lags. It's not a mystery, it is mathematics. Most dangerous lie of modern economics is mean reversion. Economists assume that if a family falls into debt or bankruptcy, they can simply save their way back to the average. They're confusing volatility with ruin. Falling below the line isn't like cooling water. It is like freezing it. It is a phase change. Family hits the barrier, eviction, bankruptcy, or default. They don't just have less money. They become economically inert. They're barred from the credit system, often for 7 years. They're barred from the prime rental market, which are landlord screens, and they're barred from employment in sensitive sectors. I don't know why economists assume that if a family falls into bankruptcy, they can save their way back. That's kind of a weird thing to say. Like, they definitely haven't had that happen to them. The $140,000 line matters because it is the buffer against this phase change. If you are earning $80,000 with $79,000 in fixed costs, you are not stable. You are supercooled water. One shock, a transmission failure, a broken arm, and you freeze instantly. Sounds about right. Unless you don't have kids. Then you'll probably be okay, as long as you have some savings. If you need proof that the cost of participation, the cost of working, is the primary driver of this fragility, look at the COVID lockdowns. This is why, if I'm going to get a corporate job, I'm going to definitely get them to pay me like a transportation stipend. If they can't like increase my salary or increase my PTO or something like that, I'll definitely be asking for a transportation stipend, because they're saying, oh, you got to go back to the office. Okay, but the commercial real estate ain't the only thing that you're going to be paying for. You're going to be paying for my car too. Period. Cars are not cheap now. Cars are not cheap at all. And if something happens to it, I'm going to have nothing nothing to do. I'm gonna basically be forced to quit. Forced resignation, as the one guy on YouTube said. If you need proof the cost of participating, the cost of working is the primary driver of this fragility, look at the COVID lockdowns. In 2020, the U.S. personal savings hit a historic 33%. Economists attributed this to stimulus checks, but the math tells a different story. During lockdown, the valley of death was temporarily filled. Childcare suspended. Kids were home. Commuting, 15,000. Also suspended. Well, kids were home, but also parents were home. I think that's more important than the kids, because like the kids going to school, okay, whatever. I mean, the thing is that you can have them home even if you're working and everything's normal. It's just that you're home with them. That's the point. That's the real point about it. If you work from home, you can have your kids at home too. That's why you don't have to pay for childcare. Commuting, 15,000. Also suspended because everyone works from home now. Work lunches and clothes, suspended, $5,000. I don't remember him listing that, but okay. For a median family, the cost of participation in the economy is roughly $50,000 a year. When the economy stopped, that tax was repealed. Families earning $80,000 suddenly felt rich, not because they earned more, but because the leak in the bucket was plugged. For many, income actually rose thanks to the $600 a week unemployment boost. But even for those whose income stayed flat, they felt rich because many costs were avoided. When the world reopened, the costs returned, but now inflated by 20%. The rage we feel today is the hangover from that brief moment, where the American option was momentarily back in the money. Those with formal training in economics have dismissed these concerns by and large. Inflation is the rate of change in the price level. These poor, deluded souls. Wait, where is it? Tut tut, can't have deflation now, can we? I think I'm missing a picture somehow. Oh, no, I'm not. Okay. Those with formal training in economics are dismissed and concerned. These poor deluded souls were outraged at the price level. Tut tut, can't have deflation now, can we? Promise you will take like that even less. But the price level does mean something too. If you're below the actual poverty line, you're suffering constant deprivation. And a higher price level means you get even less in aggregate. You load 16 tons, what do you get? Another day older and deeper in debt. St. Peter, don't you call me, 'cause I can't. 'Cause I can't go. I owe my soda to the company store. Merle Travis, 1946. This mathematical valley explains the rage we see in American electorate, specifically the animosity the working poor, the middle class feel toward the actual poor and immigrants. Yep. It's almost like they did it on purpose. This mathematical valley explains the rage we see in the... I just read that. Economists and politicians look at this anger and call it racism or lack of empathy. They're missing the mechanism. Altruism is a function of surplus. Exactly, that's the point I was making the whole time. It's easy to be charitable when you have excess capacity. It's impossible to be charitable when you're fighting for the last bruised banana. The family earning $65,000, the family that just lost their subsidies and is now paying $32,000 for daycare and $12,000 for healthcare deductibles, is hyper aware of the family earning $30,000 and getting subsidized food rent, healthcare, and childcare. They see the neighbor at the grocery store using EBT card, and while they put items back on the shelf, they see the immigrant family receiving emergency housing support while they face eviction. Exactly. They're not seeing poverty. They're seeing people getting for free the exact things that they're working 60 hours a week to barely afford. And even worse, even if they don't see those things firsthand, they're being shown them. The anger isn't about the goods, it's about the breach of contract. American deal was that effort, security. Effort brought your hope strike closer, but because the real poverty line is 140 grand, effort no longer yields security progress, it brings risk, exhaustion, and doubt. When you're drowning and you see the lifeguard throw a life vest to the person treading water next to you, the person who isn't swimming as hard as you are. You don't feel happiness for them, you feel homicidal rage at the lifeguard. We've created a system where the only way to survive is to be destitute enough to qualify for aid, but rich enough to ignore the cost. Everyone in the middle is being cannibalized. The rich know this and they are increasingly opting out of the shared spaces. We have created a system where the only way to survive is to be destitute enough to qualify for aid or rich enough to ignore the cost. Everyone in the middle is being cannibalized. The rich know this. The optical illusion of prosperity. If you need visual proof of this benchmark error, look at the charts. But the chart says... Yeah, where did that come from? I don't remember. Shrinking not because people are getting poorer, but because they're moving up into the $150,000 bracket. The economists look at this and cheer. Look, in 1967, only 5% of families made over $150,000. Adjusted for inflation, now 34% do. Wow, we're rising aristocrats. Wow, these economists, bro. How are they so stupid? Like, I'm genuinely asking, because everybody has to deal with this. Like, do they just make $300,000 a year? Like, what is going on here? The percentage of U.S. households with the total income greater than $150,000 increased, while the middle class has been shrinking. There you go. But look at that chart through the lens of the real poverty line. The cost of basic self-sufficiency for a family for housing, childcare, healthcare, transportation is $140,000. Then that top light blue tier isn't actually upper class. It's the survival line. This chart doesn't show that 34% of Americans are rich. It shows that only 34% of Americans have managed to escape deprivation. It shows the middle class, the dark blue section between 50 and 150,000, roughly 45% of the country, is actually the working poor. These are the families earning enough to lose their benefits, but not enough to pay for childcare and rent. They're the ones trapped in the valley of death. But the commentary tells us something different. Americans earn more for several reasons. The first is that neoliberal economic policies worked as intended. In the last 50 years, there have been big increases of productivity, solid GDP growth, and since the 1980s, low and predictable inflation. All this helped to make more Americans richer. Neoliberal economic policies worked as intended. Read that again. With pawsy wid. The purpose of a system is what it does in mind. The chart isn't measuring prosperity, it's measuring inflation in the non-discretionary basket. It tells us that to live a 1967 middle-class life in 2024, you need a wealthy income. This is taking a while, guys. This is a long article. And then there's this chart, this shield used by every defender of the status quo. Poverty has collapsed to 11%. The policies worked as intended. Look at this. Poverty has collapsed to 11%. It used to be 23 or 4%. Now it's only 11%. That's like a 50% decrease. More than that. Holy shit. Our economy is running so damn well. But remember, Molly Orshansky. This chart is measuring the percentage of Americans who can't afford a minimum food diet multiplied by 3. It's not measuring who can afford rent, which is up 4 times relative to wages. It's not measuring who can afford childcare, which is up infinite percent. It's measuring starvation. Of course the line is going down. We're an agricultural superpower who opened our markets to even cheaper foreign food. Shrimp from Vietnam. Tilapia from don't ask. Oh shit. Food is cheap, but life is expensive. When you see these charts, don't let them gaslight you. They're using broken rules to measure a broken house. Top chart proves you need $150,000 to make it. Bottom chart proves they refuse to admit it. Wow. The lie. So that's the trap. The real poverty line, the threshold where a family can afford housing, healthcare, childcare, and transportation without relying on means-tested benefits is $31,200. Is not $31,200. It's $140,000. Most of my readers will have cleared this threshold. I have not, unfortunately. My parents never really did, but I was born lucky. Brains, beauty, and the eye of the beholder, admittedly. Height. It really does help. Parents that encouraged and sacrificed for education, even as the stress of the sacrifices eventually drove my mother clinically insane. And an American citizenship. Even though immigrants are getting a bunch of benefits. You know, I gotta get some lunch. Let me just load up the bread. Just to let people know, if anybody gets one of those chargers for iPhone from like an event or something, probably from a cybersecurity event, I'm just letting you know, you got to put them oriented the correct way. You can't just put them in any old kind of way. Because on a normal iPhone charger, the wires on the top, they're on both sides of the charger, but on those iPhone chargers that they give you in the conferences, they don't have the wires on both sides. So I was like wondering, like, why isn't this bitch charging? And then I found out later on that I had the wrong orientation. One of them chargers actually had like a graphic to help me out with that. So that's something I recently figured out. That information is going to be irrelevant soon because pretty much every iPhone is going to be using USB-C. But if you still use like that that other connector, I think it's called Lightning, which I do, then if you use a Lightning connector, just keep that in mind. Yeah. But I'm gonna be making a sandwich. It's gonna be buffalo chicken breast. It's gonna be delicious. Look forward to it. Alright, so every dollar you earn, you're literally poorer for working harder. Most of my readers are seeing this trap for their children. The economists will tell you this is fine because you're building wealth. Your 401k is growing. Yeah, I don't even have that shit right now. Your home equity is rising. You're richer than you feel. Next week, I'll show you why that's wrong, and then we can start the discussion of how to rebuild. Because we can. The wealth you're counting on, the retirement accounts, the home equity, the nest egg that's supposed to make this all worthwhile, is just as fake as the poverty line. But the humans behind that wealth are real, and they are amazing. Not having a job sucks. Not having a job fucking sucks, y'all. I have a job, but it's such ass. It really, really is. But yeah, we're gonna start, I think. Actually, let me check this, because this wasn't where we left off. Yeah, it started somewhere else. There we go. Okay. 232819. There we go. And then we end it at this one, which is 005948. Alright, now we gotta find a location for this. No. Let's do this. Poverty line. Bingo, bango, bongo, just like that. Just like that. Alright, let's go back to the video. I don't know how long I spent on that, but it felt like a minute. Actually, my bread in the toaster might be up. I'm gonna check that real quick. Let me play some music as well, just so that you're not hearing your own thoughts and being extremely bored.
than leather. You can call me Knuckles. Unlike Sonic, I don't chuckle. I'd rather flex my muscles. I'm hard as nails. It ain't hard to tell. I break them down whether they solid or frail. Unlike the rest, I'm independent since my first breath. First test, feel the right, then the worst left.
Born on an island in the heavens. The blood of my ancestors flows inside me. My duty is to save the flower from evil deterioration.
Yeah, I will be the one to set your heart free, true. Cleanse yourself of them evil spirits that's in you.
Streaking lights, loud sounds, and instincts are the elements that keep me going. I am fighting my own mission. Nothing's gonna stand in my way, no, no.
I will be the one to set your heart free, true. Cleanse yourself of them evil spirits that's in you.
Won't be frightened, I'll stand up to all the pain and turmoil. Just believe in myself, won't rely on others. Get this power to wipe out the havoc and anarchy. This is my planet, gonna fight for my destiny.
You hear that? This is my planet.
Here I come, rougher than the rest of them, the best of them, tougher than leather. You can call me Knuckles. Unlike Sonic, I don't chuckle. I'd rather flex my muscles. I'm hard as nails. It ain't hard to tell. I break them down whether they solid or frail. Unlike the rest, I'm independent since my first breath. First test, feel the right, then the worst left.
I have no such things as weak spots. Don't approve of him, but gotta trust him. This alliance has a purpose. This partnership is only temporary. Yeah.
I will be the one to set your heart free, true. Cleanse yourself of evil spirits that got in you.
Be fighting, I'll stand up to all the pain and turmoil. Just believe in myself, won't rely on others. We all will be waiting when serenity is restored. This is my planet, I shall not surrender. Won't be frightened, I'll stand up to all the pain and turmoil. Just believe in myself, won't rely on others. I get this power to wipe out the havoc and anarchy. This is my planet, gonna fight. I won't be frightened, I'll stand up to all the pain and turmoil. Just believe in myself, won't rely on others. We will be waiting when serenity is restored. This is my planet, I shall not surrender. Yeah! Shall not surrender, no. Yeah!
The new porcupine on the block with the buff chest. Out the wilderness with the ruggedness. Knock, knock, it's Knuckles. The blow thrower, independent flower, magical emerald holder. Give you the coldest shoulder. My spike goes through boulders. That's why I stay alone. I was born by myself. I don't need a posse. I get it on by myself. Adversaries get shelved.
Okay.
Shining, but every time we look for the sun can't find it. Is this lights, loud sounds, and instinct are the elements that keep me going. I am fighting my own mission. Nothing's gonna stand in my way, no. Something's told me, I don't know what. Something's calling me more and more. No one stops, no one speaks. No, no. Stand up to all the pain and turmoil. Just believe in myself, won't rely on others. I get this power to wipe out the hand and love. This is my planet, gonna fight for my destiny. Something's told me, but I don't know who. Something's calling me more and more. No one stops, no one speaks. I have no such thing as weak spots. Don't approve of him, but gotta trust him. This alliance has a purpose. This partnership is only temporary. Stand up to all the pain and turmoil. Just believe myself, won't rely on others. All waiting when so empty is this door. This is my planet, I shall not surrender. I was born like this, to fear no one. I'm straight thugged out, only live for my ones. Diamonds and gems, keep the battle to the end. You best to be aware of the knuckles that I send. Once they penetrate, they put you to your death. They hard as iron, and my feet is like fire. You never see me run, and I won't surrender. I just fly away like no other contender. Stand up to all the pain and turmoil. Just believe in myself, won't rely on others. This power to wipe out the hand and love. This is my planet, gonna fight. Stand up to all the pain and turmoil. Just believe in myself, won't rely on others. All waiting when so empty is this door. This is my planet, I shall not surrender.
Man, that's a quite a bit of time. Damn. All right. We don't have much time left. Son of a biscuit, bro. Okay. Let's not lose control of our cellular device. Yeah. So, I gotta... Wow. I gotta be at the... Okay. 3. And when do they want me to be there? 3 p.m. I gotta be 30 minutes early. Which is 2:30. Okay, we got about 30 minutes left. After that, I gotta get ready to go.
For your career. Pilots can, after that, then go reapply, get their licenses, and try to get hired by another airline, and they can go through this big process. It's happened. I know a guy that happened to. They lost all their licenses because they made a pretty big mistake. They had to go redo all their licenses.
That must have been a hell of a distraction if they quit their job for life.
2009 and 2009, 10, 11, no airlines were hiring. It was a terrible time in aviation, really hard to get a job. So having something like that on your record when there's thousands of pilots literally fighting for every single job, then these guys are going to have a really hard time getting a job really anywhere for a few more years. Probably about 2016 it started to pick up, and obviously now it's crazy. So if you ever do look out your window and you see a bunch of fighter jets flying with your plane, your pilots probably aren't asleep, but you are part of an air show. I look forward to hearing from you. Until then, keep the blue side up.
What does that mean? You're part of an air show?
And American 297, can I get the nature of the threat level?
Multiple passengers on board have received an airdrop. I'm going to bomb this plane.
As a crew member, one of the last
That's not
things
good.
you can imagine you'd ever want to hear is that there's an explosive device on your aircraft. Me, since I fly some high-risk cargo, I transport explosive devices. But
I actually have
different
to-
because
I have
when
to
it's
do
being
something
loaded on
else
my
as well.
aircraft, it's being
I'll
loaded
be
in a
right
way
back.
that's not intended to possibly explode, and there's not somebody who's probably mentally ill back there controlling or in control of this explosive device. However, as a crew member, I've never had something like this happen where someone threatened to have a bomb on my aircraft. Watch what happens.
Los Angeles, American 297 request.
American 297, go ahead.
And we're going to need you to coordinate to go back to Los Angeles.
American 297, roger, as for the reason?
We have a threat level 3 going on, and we'll come back with more information.
American 297, roger. American 297, descend to maintain flight level 190.
These types of videos are always tricky for me to do because when you become an airline pilot, you get some training, and some of that training is information that you're not supposed to disclose to the general public. So you can imagine things like bombs on an aircraft makes it a little bit tricky for me, but luckily this is on the internet, so we can talk about it. This document is not from work, it's something that I pulled off of the internet, and you can see here threat level 3. They break these threats into different categories because common sense now is just not that common. They don't want to have crew members making up their own plan, meaning they take something that is very serious and treat it like it's not a big deal, or something that's not a big deal and taking something, making it sound very serious. So they've made it into these different threat levels, and then we can act accordingly. If you have a threat level 1, for example, where someone is arguing with another passenger, that obviously doesn't warrant the same level of emergency as someone here in threat level 4 trying to access the flight deck. That's why the pilot is checking in with air traffic control and saying they have a threat level 3. It's kind of a judgment call. As a pilot, you're not going to want to get on the radio really and say like, hey, we have possibly a bomb on the aircraft or something like that, because there's a lot of people listening. So you kind of have to use some discretion. So he went with the initial thing saying, hey, we have a threat level 3, which the air traffic controller should know, hey, this is a very big deal. Watch what happens next.
American 297, I have clearance advisor ready to copy.
American 297 is ready to copy.
American 297, you're cleared now to Los Angeles via right turn direct rider and the rider to arrival. Descend to maintain flight level 190.
Alright, descend maintain flight level 190, right turn direct rider for the rider to arrival, American 297.
American 297, let's verify the flight deck is secure.
I'm sorry, you're coming in garbled, say again.
American 297, verify the flight deck is secure.
Flight deck is secure for American 297.
I've talked about this in other air traffic control videos, but it's important to note, as the pilot starts to get busy, he starts speaking a lot quicker. Look at the difference of the way he's talking here.
Los Angeles, American 297 request.
Now compare that to the way that he's speaking right here.
Alright, descend maintain flight level 190, right turn direct rider for the rider to arrival American 297.
I thought that was interesting to mention because I've heard it in myself as well as I start to get busy or task saturated as we call it.
Yeah, time
Sometimes
flows
you start
slower
talking
when you're doing a
faster
lot of
because
stuff.
Your brain is moving faster, and that's something important for a controller.
That usually happens when I like go
Watching
outside and
videos
do
to
some
realize
lawn work or
when they
something.
hear that pilot start talking really quickly,
Or
they're
go,
busy,
like,
they're
for a
handling
run.
a lot of different things, and then you heard the other pilot actually pick up that second radio call, probably because the other pilot was busy loading up everything in the box, which is the box is what we call kind of like where we have all of our flight plan information. So he was busy doing that, and the other pilot picked up the call about the flight deck being secure. And here's why he did that. You can see here having someone on the flight deck would be threat level 4, which is the highest risk that a pilot can report. And if you're like me and always a skeptic, you might be thinking, well, what if the bad guy said, oh, we only have a threat level 3? Well, a bad guy's not going to get on the flight deck and make that announcement to start with. So if the controller's asking the pilot,
True.
hey, is the flight deck secure? They know at least the pilots are in control of the aircraft. That's a major thing since 9/11. Obviously, you're not going to want to let someone breach the flight deck and then not do things like, well, you can imagine things that happen if someone were to get onto the flight deck now. But after 9/11, especially with U.S. carriers, I can't imagine a scenario in which passengers let someone force their way onto the flight deck. I just can't see it happening now. Watch what the pilots do here next.
American 297, can I get the nature of the threat level?
Multiple passengers on board have received an airdrop. I'm going to bomb this plane. And we've concurred with dispatcher returning back to Los Angeles.
American 297, roger.
Good thing I don't have an iPhone.
American 297, contact LA Center on a 135.5.
35.5, American.
This is surprisingly clear audio.
SoCal American 297 is 12.1, descending via the rider 2. We have information. Go back. American 797, actually, American 297 SoCal approach, roger. And you can expect runway 25 left. That's the tower's directive. 25 left, American 297, thank you.
Something that's very important here to note is when the pilot says this.
And we've concurred with dispatcher returning back to Los Angeles.
When it comes to decision making, the pilots have the final say-so of what we're going to do. However, the dispatcher is included and is part of the decision-making team with the...
What do you say? Oh, okay.
So when it comes to decision
Concur with
making, the pilots
dispatch.
have the
All right.
final say-so of what we're going to do. However, the dispatcher is included and is part of the decision-making team with things like this, a situation where you're going to a different location than you were planning to go to. Your dispatcher, think of them as like your boots on the ground. That person on the ground can make phone calls.
He says this every time he talks about the dispatcher.
Than us, let's say, making a satellite phone call. They're able to get people on the ground to react quicker. They know how to get access to all the different things that we will need. They can get you updated weather or anything that's going on. They're going to be the ones to help you. So when you're making a decision like, hey, we think we should be going back, you have to bring the dispatcher in. You really should bring the dispatcher in. And then say, hey, this is what we think to do. What do you think? Yes, we agree. Okay, great. Let's go do this. So that's why it's important to say we spoke with the dispatcher, because they're basically showing that they've already spoken with everybody and everybody agrees we need to go back. But when the controller said this, it really surprised me.
And you can expect runway 25 left. That's the tower's directive.
LA Tower is obviously in control of everything that's going on at that airport, and they're not going to want to juggle everything around, but this aircraft, this American aircraft, has now become a priority aircraft, meaning, hey, they're going to get pretty much everything they want. But here's why it surprised me that they picked 25 left. So this flight was headed out to Hawaii, so it's out here, and this is LAX. And this piece of pavement here is 25 left, but it is also 7 right. The numbers of a runway
Wait, what?
compass heading that you'd be going. So if you were landing on
That's
25
weird.
left, it means you'd be landing.
It'd be closer to
facing
going
the west.
7 right.
If you were landing on 7 right, you'd be facing to the east. So that's the same piece of pavement, but it has 2 different numbers based on the direction you'd be taking off or landing on. Why I'm surprised is because you have the potential threat of a plane with a bomb on it. And in my mind, what would make more sense is to just let the plane fly over the water, so if it does explode, it doesn't impact everyone over LA. And it will
Exactly.
also allow the plane to get on the ground a lot quicker, because they'd be coming straight in.
Yeah,
here on
that's
the
true.
right.
If it explodes in the ocean, it'd be a lot
Saying, we want
less
the plane to
bad.
come in over the city and land
on 25 left. I will say that 90% of the time that I've flown into LA or taken off from LA, you're taking off that direction. You are
They must have a lot of traffic in that
is
direction.
the normal flow of the airport. However, if the pilots were to come in on, let's say, 7 right to do the thing over the water like I was suggesting, you'd have to at least shut down one whole half of LAX, which would be a major deal. Now, could be wind, could be weather, could be that they don't find it to be that serious, could be a lot of different decisions, but the pilots aren't pushing back and air traffic control is saying, plan on this runway, so this is what happens next.
American 297, descend via and after Cliffy.
It could be complicated.
10, amend altitude, maintain 7,000. Alright, descend via and after Cliffy heading 110 and descend, maintain 7,000, American 297.
Okay, wait, so what did he say? Descend via and after Cliffy. Heading 110, amend altitude. And maintain 7,000.
Altitude, maintain 7,000. Alright, descend via and after Cliffy heading 110 and descend, maintain 7,000, American 297. American 297, the reback is correct. Maintain 250 knots until advised. Maintain 250 knots until advised, American 297. American 297, is there a weapon on board?
We have not been advised of that. Multiple passengers have received a threatening text that there's a bomb threat against the aircraft.
American 297, roger.
That controller actually said something kind of technical, so I'm going to break it down in the simplest way possible. What I'm referring to is this part right here.
American 297, descend via and after Cliffy heading 110, amend altitude, maintain 7,000.
First, the way the controller said it is a little bit jumbled up, and that's not to be critical of this controller. I have jumbled up plenty of clearances before, but typically you'd hear something more like descend.
You're an air traffic controller?
7,000 at Cliffy, fly heading 110. Something more like that is what you 7,000. But typically you'd hear something more like descend via except maintain.
Descent via except maintain
7,000 at Cliffy, fly heading
7,000.
110. Something more like that is what you typically hear. But
Yeah, that sounds a
what he's
little
saying
bit
is these pilots are coming in and
simpler
flying
to
into
understand.
LAX. So the controller is saying follow this path, and all of these numbers here are altitudes, so they're supposed to hit each checkpoint at a given altitude or a range of altitudes. And you see here the last checkpoint is 6,000 at Gatto. With the controller saying descend via, he's telling them descend.
What kind of font is that? That's like a very aggressive font for this guy.
Is 6,000 at Gatto. With the controller saying descend via, he's telling them descend via that path, hit those different altitudes, and if he had just said descend via, then the pilots would go to 6,000 because that's the final altitude. But he said maintain 7,000. So when you're programming everything into your computer or into your control panel, you're going to put in there to the plane and tell it, okay, descend and follow this path, but I want you to stop at 7,000 feet. Because that's what the controller is giving you. So that's just so the pilots know you're going to descend via this path, but stop at 7,000. Then the controller says here at Cliffy, he wants them to turn right heading 110, which means instead of following this path, they're going to turn this direction, and that's going to get them lined up to land on the runway in the very south part of the airport here. The other thing is the controller said maintain 250 knots until advised. Listen here.
American 297, the reback is correct. Maintain 250.
I guess they can make the turn there. Looks like kind of a crazy turn.
At base, you can see here is a number 240 knots, or at Cliffy 210 knots. That's telling the pilots that they need to be at that speed at each of those checkpoints. I know that could be kind of technical, but I wanted to make sure you understood.
Am I crazy for thinking that LAX would make more sense to have planes going eastward instead of west?
As quickly as possible, without it being a risk or a danger of anybody. Flying 250 would be totally normal in a lot of airports. They have it slowed down in bigger airports like LAX, so that way they're able to sequence all the planes in together. So by giving these,
I mean, it just seems extremely complicated. Maybe because if you're going from LAX, you're probably going to some other part of the U.S.
I just want to pause this here real quick because me, as a pilot, at this particular stage, I'd be a bit irritated. I've already advised it's a threat level 3. That should be sufficient information to say, okay, well, let's bring them around. Then the controller wants more information. The pilot gives them the information about the airdropping and the threat of there being a bomb.
Yeah, they already told them all this stuff.
You can see from this chart here, that would definitely categorize as threat level 3. Obviously, there's the risk of someone doing this as a joke or a practical joke, if you will. I can't imagine a scenario that someone's going to do that as a joke because you're talking about a major felony. If you were to get caught for doing something like this, you're looking at some very serious fines and jail time. So with someone making that type of a threat, you have to take them seriously. Here's the pilot's response.
Multiple passengers have received a threatening text that there was a bomb threat against this flight, this aircraft, and we concurred with dispatch that we should return back to Los Angeles.
American 297, thank you. American 297, say fuel on board in minute. And also, while you guys are pulling that up, souls on board when able to.
You know, I'm kind of breaking these up into shorter chunks here, but there's another thing here that's really important to understand. These pilots haven't declared a mayday, right? They haven't declared a pan-pan, they haven't declared a mayday or any type of emergency situation. However, the controllers are treating it that way. Obviously, if you have a possible bomb on your aircraft, that's something that's an emergency situation. Anytime that there's an emergency situation, the controller is going to need to know how much fuel do you have on the plane and how many souls do you have on the plane. Then you're going to have to relay that to the firefighters and the rescue people that are going to be on the ground. Those firefighters.
I guess he doesn't always talk about the firefighters.
Need to know how many people are they looking for, and how much fuel could there be if there's a possible explosion, or if this plane needs to do something like fly and hold or whatever. They just need to have all that relevant information. So that's why this controller is asking that information from the pilots. Anytime you see something like this at the airport, that means that someone has declared an emergency. Now listen to how this final approach controller handles this plane.
American 297, thank you for your help today. Contact approach on 124.9. The information has been forwarded.
24-9, thank you for the help for American 297. SoCal American 297, 9,000 descending at 7,000.
American 297, SoCal approach, speed
Good
your
job.
discretion all the way to the airport. Expect about a 5-mile final. If you need anything else, let me know.
Roger, let's see, sending to 7,000 feet our discretion, and let's make sure we have aircraft or airport safety vehicles available. It's going to be an overweight landing.
Okay, copy that. I'll pass it along. Everyone's listening, so they'll pass that information.
Very good.
When a controller tells a pilot speed your discretion, like right here,
American 297, SoCal approach, speed your discretion all the way to the airport. Expect about a 5-mile final.
he's basically telling that pilot, fly as fast as you want. I mean, within reason, of course. Fly as fast as you want, and that's because earlier you saw those speed restrictions on that approach coming in there. They just want to let these pilots know, hey, you can keep flying 250 knots as long as you want. Now, I have flown with some pilots who love to fly at the very maximum that the plane can go. Mike, if you're watching, I'm referring to you. But here's the reality. You, let's say we're flying 210.
Yeah, that's right. I'm calling you out by name.
250 isn't going to make a huge difference in this last few minutes of flying. It's not going to really change anything. If you're going across the ocean and you're doing a 10-hour flight, then those types of numbers make a big difference. But on a last few minutes, it usually doesn't really make a huge difference. Now, when I'm doing a flight in the simulator, sometimes we'll simulate
Folks speeding in
like
Miami, listen up.
at a cargo fire, which is, as a cargo pilot, really one of your #1 worst case scenarios.
How many miles per hour is 240 knots?
Caught on fire just as you got off the ground. That's a big problem. So we'll do that. Now, in the simulator, I will fly extremely fast and do all kinds of things to fly as fast as I can come around to land. However, you are really going between the risk of flying so fast that you come back around and then you're not
Whoa,
able to
276?
again the second
Damn,
time,
what the
and
frick?
going so slow that the plane ends up burning up. So it's kind of a delicate balance of what's too fast and what's fast enough. So the pilot getting this go as fast as you want to fly your speed, that's fine, but it's not really something that you should be then going, okay, let's go extremely fast here as long as possible, because you're talking about seconds where it's not really going to make a huge difference on something this short. Next, I want to talk about this part right here.
Roger, let's see, sending to 7,000 feet our discretion, and let's make sure we have aircraft or airport safety vehicles available. It's going to be an overweight landing.
Planes have a maximum landing weight, and they also have a maximum takeoff weight. As you can imagine, your landing weight is usually a lot less than your maximum takeoff weight because the amount of fuel that you're going to have on your aircraft. And this plane, planning to fly 5 hours or so out to Hawaii, they have a lot of fuel on board. So the pilot is saying we're going to be having an overweight landing, meaning you are landing over the maximum landing weight based on the manufacturer. You're landing over the maximum landing weight, which means not really a big deal. All that's going to happen is the mechanics are going to have to do a bunch of extra safety checks. But it's not worth burning a bunch of extra fuel and being up there for another 20 or 30 minutes while some person in the back may be having a mental breakdown with the potential of having a bomb. You're also going to have people freaking out on the plane. As you can imagine, if multiple people got that airdrop, by this point, everybody on the plane has whispered all the way through, just like a schoolhouse. Everybody on the plane knows that there's somebody who's threatened to have a bomb on the aircraft. So people want to get on the ground and off that plane as quickly as they possibly can. So you're not going to want to waste time dumping fuel if this plane even has the capacity to do that, because a lot of planes don't. But you're not going to want to waste time dumping fuel, and you're not going to want to waste time just burning gas for nothing. You're going to want to take the overweight landing, let maintenance sort it out, not a big deal, get everybody on the ground. Safety is the #1 priority, obviously. But I like what the controller does right here.
American 297, SoCal approach, speed your discretion all the way to the airport. Expect about a 1.5-mile final. If you need anything else, let me know.
He's simply just giving these pilots a heads up here. He's saying, plan 15 miles, so that way the pilots know when they should start to configure to land, and they're not going too fast, too long, or anything like that. Now, when you're doing a normal flight, that's not typically something that they're ever going to give you, but since these pilots they know are flying a little bit faster than normal, a little bit higher stress level than normal, even though they sound really calm and professional, they're just trying to give them a little bit of a heads up of, hey, this is when I'm going to turn you in, and 15 miles is plenty of time to get configured to land, but they're not putting them way far out, they're not putting them in too tight into the airport. So that's all. Listen to this last part here.
Los Angeles, American 297 with you, 11 miles outside of GG 251.
Yo, this has been like an hour and 15 minutes of content. Meanwhile, the clock on my stream, the uptime for that is 3 hours. How did 3 hours and 40 minutes? How did that happen?
American 297, LA Tower, wind 2407.
That's literally more than double.
Heavy 777 departure parallel.
Roger, clear to land on
Did I really spend that long on screenshots?
Verified. Our equipment is standing by.
ARP equipment is standing by, on frequency.
Very good, thank you.
American 297, right turn, Hotel Niner, Lima, you need assistance?
Right turn.
Oh wait, I forgot about this one, never mind.
For American 297, does the emergency equipment need to check us out before we go into the gate?
It's up to you.
Hey, we'll have them check us out before we go to the gate for American 297.
Okay, so now we answered the question of could they have landed on that other runway. The winds were 240, so they were obviously favoring landing on 25. However, most commercial aircraft have at least 10 knots of tailwind component, meaning they can land with exactly 10 knots pushing directly on their tail. So if they had came in and shut down the airport, let's say the pilots had said, no, I don't want to do 25 left, I want to do 7 right, I want to go straight to that runway right now, the controllers probably would have done it if they declared the emergency, because if the pilots declare that emergency, then they just have to respect that. So that was a potential option for the pilots, but they chose not to do that. Their discretion, nothing to criticize them on, everything worked out fine. However, that would have been a faster, quicker option to get everything.
What did he say?
Pilots, but they chose not. They just have to respect that. So that was a potential. Let's say the pilots had said, no, I don't want to do 25 left, I want to do 7 right, I want to go straight to that runway right now. The controllers probably would have done it if they declared the emergency, because if the pilots declare that emergency, then they just have to respect that. So that was a potential option. Everything worked out fine. However, that would have been a faster, quicker option to get on the ground. But the pilots decided to just fly this rider approach and cut around and land on 25.
I wonder if they figured out who did the airdrop.
20 knots or 25 knots or something like that.
If they did like an
You're
investigation.
not going to want to do that, because now you're running the risk of going off the other end of the runway and taking a potentially no situation and making it a really big problem. Here the pilots ask for the ARF.
Verified. Our equipment is standing by.
ARP equipment is standing by, on frequency.
Very good, thank you.
The pilots are asking for the ARF because they're looking for the airport rescue and firefighters. That's something that are those trucks that are usually going to follow any plane when they declare emergency. Those are the people that you want to see when you're coming into land if your plane has a problem, because you know everybody's there, focused, ready to go, geared up, and ready in case you have an emergency on board. So they're just verifying that everybody's there just in case there is a problem once they get on the ground. You have people that are there to help out the flight attendants, help out the pilots, and get everybody off of the aircraft. If you enjoyed this video, check out one of these two over here. I look forward to hearing from you. Until then, keep the blue side up.
Broken Boeing plane unable to land.
Okay, so you cannot do like an auto land or something.
No, auto land is not available because
shit.
we've got 2 radio altimeter failures. So we're on 1 radio altimeter, we've got TCAS failures, we've got all multiple instrument failures.
This is a radio call from Air India after they crossed the entire ocean and made it all the way over to JFK. They had something break on the plane, a bunch of things actually, and they're trying to figure out.
So is that like a pan-pan?
The problem is the entire eastern seaboard of the United States is covered in low-hanging morning fog. So they're trying to work out a solution of how to get them on the ground with all these things that are now broken on this aircraft. Here's what happened.
Go to another airport.
101, final 4 right.
Indy 101 Heavy Kennedy Tower, good morning. You're following an Embraer short final. Wind 040 at 4, RVR 3000, runway 4 right, clear to land.
4 right, clear to land, Air India 101.
RVR 3000, runway.
I know I looked this up before. RVR. What does that stand for again? Put RVE. Come on, man. Runway visual range. In aviation, the runway visual range is the distance over which a pilot of an aircraft on the center line of the runway can see the runway surface markings delineating the runway. So that's probably just like some fog thing. Okay.
Runway 4 right, clear to land.
4 right, clear to land, Air India 101. Air India 101 going around runway 4 right.
Air India 101 Heavy,
Shit.
roger, fly runway.
You hear that?
Climb and maintain 2000.
Runway heading 2000, Air India 101.
Air India 101, what's the reason for the missed approach?
If you haven't heard this term RVR before, it means runway visual range. And essentially,
Of course he explains it after I look it up.
a more specific way to measure the overall visibility that the pilots are going to see as they get ready to land. The controller reported that it was 3,000 feet, which is a little bit better than a half a mile. You can see here on the approach plate, assuming that everything is working on the runway, and they're doing a normal ILS, which stands for Instrument Landing System. It's just a way for us to get onto the ground when there's a lot of low-hanging clouds. Right here it shows 1,800 RVR is the minimum. So when the controller says this,
RVR 3000.
that means, okay, great, we got nothing to worry about. 3,000 is a lot, actually. Half a mile is like a normal approach that you would see if it didn't have the RVR listed. That would be like, okay, cool, no big deal. However, there's something that's wrong because he's doing the go-around, and that is the start of everything starting to break on this aircraft. And here's what happens next.
Was that the reason for the go-around?
We lost the localizer, we lost an minima change. There were a lot of issues involved. So we're trying to sort that out if we can even continue with this approach.
Okay. Do you need some time to work everything out, or are you ready to for the approach?
No, we need some time to work this out.
Oh, okay. Okay. So just fly heading 170 for me, and is 2000 okay?
170 heading, and yeah, 2000 is okay for us.
I love how friendly this JFK controller is, because in a lot of these videos you hear them being rude or abrasive.
Yeah, we finally get a friendly JFK controller.
When you really need something. In a normal situation, when you're just supposed to be doing what you're supposed to be doing, they can be a little bit gruff, but that's the people of New York. But when you really need something, you also can rely on people in New York to really
I got a phone call?
to get something done. So you kind of,
Let me
it's kind
mute
of
for
a
a bit.
double-edged sword that I've kind of realized that just goes with the overall culture of the Northeast. So this guy's saying that he's not going to be able to shoot the ILS, but what's more importantly is that he's saying that his localizer is not working.
We lost the localizer.
Then you hear the controller ask him if 2000's okay.
Is 2000 okay?
On these approach plates that we use, you can see here in this section right here, it shows the minimum safe altitude.
Okay, this is a voicemail that I got before I switched the SIM card.
Shows 2000
All right.
to be safe. Now I'm guessing the pilot, when the controller said that, probably looked at that to verify, because it's a trust but verify. Pilots and controllers can both make mistakes. So if I'm going somewhere that I'm not familiar with, like JFK I'm pretty familiar with, but let's say I'm going somewhere in India that I'm not that familiar with, and a controller says, okay, just fly this heading while you work out that problem, and he says, is 2000 okay? I would look at that section of the plate to go, yeah, 2000 is fine, because I want to know that the direction I'm going to go is not going to be an issue. So it's a trust but verify situation. Now we're going to find out everything that's broken.
Okay, 101. We had some onboard instrument problem, and because of that, we are not able to conduct the ILS for zero flight as you suggested us.
and now we're just looking for the alternates, what best we can do. Do we have any sector visibility where we can come from the other side, not use an ILS and continue on the VNAV and come and land into New York? And we're just wondering if EWR is getting better, perhaps we can go to EWR if the cloud and the ceilings are better.
Okay, well right now the weather that I have is showing indefinite ceiling 200 at Kennedy. RVR is 4,500, so that's gotten a little bit better.
The visibility is fine, but problem we are facing is with the ceiling, because we can't continue with the ILS with a ceiling of 200, because every time we try to lock on to localizer, the implementation doesn't allow us to do that.
This is a tricky situation.
This is
If
weird.
The weather's bad in JFK. Newark isn't really that far away, and that's one of the biggest problems I have sometimes with a dispatcher. When they give you an alternate, like a backup airport to go to for weather, they go, okay, here's your primary destination, it's going to be JFK, and a backup, just in case things are bad in JFK, we'll send you 5 minutes down the road here to Newark where things are going to be great. Which is usually why when there is a second airport where the weather's also not going to be good, they give you a third backup, which I'm guessing is probably the case with how bad this weather is. Now he's mentioning doing a VNAV approach, but I don't know the capabilities of this aircraft. There's a few different ways you can shoot these types of approaches. Some of them get you kind of low to the ground, just like a localizer would, which he can't do because that's broken. So I think he's trying to figure out a solution to get him low enough to the ground, but right now the visibility in his initial airport and the backup airport in Newark doesn't sound like it's really good. So see what happens.
Okay, so you cannot do like an autoland or something?
No, autoland is not available because both we've got two radio altimeter failures. So we're on one radio altimeter. We've got gas failures. We've got all multiple instrument failures.
So what ceiling do you need?
Where we can do like a non-position approach. You know, anything about.
He still sounds a little condescending.
Okay, I got it. Okay, I understand.
I feel like Ryuji right now. You're still sounding pretty condescending.
Let me find something.
Okay, thanks.
And just before I go away, what was your potential alternate?
Primary alternate was Noah. Secondary alternate is Stewart. But both seem to be, you know, the same sort of situation.
Gotcha. Okay, I'm going to do some research and I'll get back to you in a second.
Dang it. Dispatch couldn't carry this time.
That's what we normally use.
What do you do?
The system that we use when we do an
WYD. This is a WYD situation right here.
The problem is that when you're doing an auto landing in real life, it can be creepy because your plane is going down to the ground and it starts calling out like 50, 40, 30, and especially in a 747, you're so high up in the air that you can't see the ground, but you know you're 20 feet from the ground where your plane is, which gives you a bit of a weird feeling. You're 20 feet from the ground, you can't see anything. The way you know that you're 20 feet from the ground is this thing called a radio altimeter. Now, my plane has 3, I'm guessing this plane has 3 as well, and with that system, it's basically tracking your distance of how close you are to the ground. It's just a backup redundancy system, but you do need it for the auto land.
No, autoland is not available because both we've got two radio altimeter failures, so we're on one radio altimeter.
The reason that's important is, as you can see here, it's one of the required pieces of the auto land. Usually we have 3, but as a backup, you can go with 2 and do this type of an auto land here. So even if they're able to start working out the problem of figuring out why this localizer won't grab on the plane to get lined up with the runway, even if they're able to solve that, that's probably not going to then bring back a couple of the radio altimeters. Or maybe it does. I don't know what's broken, but they're getting messages on their screen which are telling them, hey, these are the things that are broken, and from that they're able to see, okay, we're losing this, we're losing this.
Oh no, not the spoiler.
That's how they know what's breaking in their aircraft right now. So the issue that they're going to have is they're at 2,000 feet.
Not the
which
spoiler.
Is a
I didn't even know planes had spoilers.
Inefficient place to be with a large jet like this. Lower to the ground, the air is thicker, you're burning a lot of gas, and they just crossed a long ocean and did a very long flight. So they can't be just hanging out forever. The nice thing is that they have that backup airport. So that means they have the fuel to get from wherever they came from to JFK, to the backup Newark, and then another backup. So they have some extra gas, which gives you a warm, fuzzy feeling. But if the weather's bad and there's all these new things that are broken on your aircraft, it doesn't do you any good if you can't get down to the runway. Now, I found it a bit strange when the controller asked this.
What was your potential alternate?
To me, that's really irrelevant. The alternate and all that stuff is for legality purposes to get you going somewhere. Once you're up in the air and you're on the way, that means nothing. That is where you were planned to go. That means you could legally go there when you left. But as you fly 12 hours or 14 hours or however long it took for them to get to JFK, it's completely irrelevant because a lot of things can change. So what your planned alternate was doesn't really matter. He needs to be looking for airports that have a ceiling of 600 feet or higher and that can take a Boeing 777 to be able to get in there. I think this is a triple.
Like,
here's the reason why.
Did they contact dispatch and try to find that?
What the forecasted weather was 20 hours ago when the dispatcher planned this all out. It matters what do they have right now, and these are the things that are broken. Because when they left, they planned on being able to have the capability to do an auto land, and now with losing the localizer, radio altimeters, and all these other things, they're limiting their options of what they can do. I'm not really sure why the controller's asking this. Now my guess is that while the pilots are talking with air traffic control, they're also making a call here, and there they'll have a dispatcher who's going to be their boots on the ground to help them. Now I don't know if it works like this at every airline, but at my airline how it works is if I'm just sitting on the ground at the airport or at the hotel, you've seen me call and talk to my dispatch before on some of the vlogs, the phone will ring, it will ring one person's phone, and that's it. I pick it up, or they pick it up, they figure out who the dispatcher is that's handling my flight, they pass me over to them, and then we get the problem resolved and on we go. However, when we do a satellite call, like a call in flight, every dispatcher at my airline, it rings everybody's phone. Everybody picks up the phone, and they know, hey, this is a plane that's calling in flight. Everybody pick up your phone so we can quickly get this dispatcher on the phone as quickly as possible so we can start resolving the problem. So if all, let's say, 10 dispatchers pick up the phone and I go, hey, this is Kellesley, I'm on flight Boeing 123, the dispatcher that's working that flight will go, oh, that's my flight, I got it. Then I can tell them, hey, look, here's the deal. We lost all these broken things, and now the weather's bad here at JFK. This and this and this are broken. We can't get in here. We can't get into Newark. We need the ceiling of 600 feet. Now that dispatcher can, A, start working on it while air traffic control guy is working on it. So now you got two people looking for you. Because when you're in the plane, you're just punching things in the computer. You're like one airport at a time. You can guess, like, what about this airport? This is close. But they can quickly look at all the airports in the area and find one that has the visibility. So they're going to be able to do that, one. And two, how it is, again, in my airline and most airlines, there's maintenance really close by, a maintenance supervisor, maintenance coordinator that they can message like, hey, get over here quickly. By getting that maintenance guy over there, you now have brought another person into your team. So you got a maintenance guy who's going to be able to talk to you about what's broken and maybe help you figure out a way to fix that thing so you can get on the ground. You got a dispatcher who's looking for airports that you can get into. You got air traffic control that's looking for airports for you to get into. You got to be doing all that while you're flying a plane, while you're talking to air traffic control, while you're monitoring your fuel. So you can see the workload starts building up. But if you start engaging people on your team to start helping you out, it's not you doing everything. That's one of the keys here that this pilot seems to be doing a really good job on. I don't know that he's called dispatch, but my guess is that he's called dispatch, but he's really he should be bringing people in to help him out. So watch what plan they come up with.
Aaron, D101 Heavy, I'm having trouble finding anything that's really that good. I have Albany is 600 feet overcast, and Boston, Logan would be 500 overcast.
What?
Washington Dulles is at 200 feet also.
Any idea on the trend?
Yo, that's really bad.
Indefinite, like you said earlier.
It's been cloudy with this marine layer for most of the morning, I believe.
We were just checking Austin as well because we're getting a little low on the fuel as well, so we need to.
Fuck! That was the one thing that could save them, bro.
Get higher, we can stay
quick. And we're burning quite a lot in the sun.
Get higher, we can burn a little less fuel, and then I believe Pittsburgh is 2,500.
It's really incredible.
I guess you could use that.
Could be sitting in the back.
Hopefully.
Like, okay, I just want to get on the ground and not know that all this is going on and how many people are working trying to coordinate all this stuff. And your plane's just doing your little oval tracks, and you're sitting there like, oh, now I'm going to be late for my connection. Meanwhile, all this is going on and you have no idea. The amount of people that get involved when you really need a lot of help as a pilot, it's incredible. So what the controller's basically saying is all the airports along the East Coast, Boston, Washington, D.C., Newark, all of them are really bad. And that's why the pilot starts asking, what's the trend? Like, what's the direction? Are things going better or are things getting worse? Because it's a marine layer, which usually, as the day goes on, it heats up and starts to burn off and increases the visibility. So that's why he asked this.
Any idea on the trend as far as this goes, or indefinite, like you said earlier?
He wants to know, the pilot wants to know if things are improving and should he hang out there. Because it's not like he can just go like, all right, cool, I'll just cruise out to Pittsburgh, because in Pittsburgh, there's just Pittsburgh. There's not like a bunch of other airports nearby. Whereas from JFK,
Oh,
he's
really?
close to Philadelphia, he's close to Boston, he's kind of close to DC, he's close to Newark. He's got a lot of options. So you could have a patch open up somewhere and you're a quick flight away.
Why do I think
Pittsburgh,
Pittsburgh and Philadelphia were close to each
fuel
other?
get out there. He may not have the fuel to get there safely and maybe trying to land on fumes, which would be like the last ditch effort. But the other problem is that if he gets out there and there is any type of an issue, he's stuck. There's nowhere else to go. Or if he hangs out in
Pretty
JFK,
much.
if he thinks that things are going to improve there in JFK, or maybe in Newark, or maybe they get better in Philly, he can quickly get in there and he's only a few minutes away and he's going to get priority handling.
Air India 102 Heavy heading 090, climb maintain 5,000.
090, climb maintain 5,000, Air India 101.
And Air India 101 Heavy, also Windsor Lock Bradley. Kilo Bravo Delta Lima is 500 overcast.
Roger, Bradley 500, Air India 101.
I don't know what that
Air India
is.
101 Heavy, when you have time, can you give me the fuel remaining in minutes?
Yeah, we'll just get back to you.
Okay.
You see how they're getting him higher up in the air, 5,000 feet? I don't know if that's a rob Peter to pay Paul situation because I'm not an engineer, but what I mean by that is they're going to burn extra fuel getting up. How much time do they spend up there? Does it make it worth it to go up? It kind of depends on how long they're going to be up in the air. Like in that fighter jet,
It's
it
just
makes
like a
more sense
car.
for them to get up because they can get that little fighter jet up to 10,000 super quick. On one of these planes, you're going to spend some gas to get up. You're going to have a better fuel burn up there, but is it worth it? Is it worth it to go up a few thousand feet? Maybe. I don't know. It depends on how long you're going to be out there. So it's kind of a rob Peter to pay Paul situation. The other thing you got to realize is he's on a 090 heading, which means he's headed out over the middle of the ocean. He's not even going towards an airport where he can land at. They're just getting him out of the way and up in the air because this airspace is super congested, which in this case is probably fine because they're trying to quickly work out a place that they can go land, and they're not going to keep him out there forever. But if you're flying, you're thinking, okay, my fuel's limited. He didn't give him the fuel amount that he had, which I don't really love.
There's no
But the fuel's
Mayday
limited, and now we're going further away
fuel,
from the
so
airport.
he has at least
Not a
30
great
minutes
situation.
in the air.
I think based on the weather that we have in the area and based on the forecast that I'm seeing, I think Bradley, Kilo Bravo Delta Lima will be your best option.
What's the ceiling there?
Okay, right now the ceiling at there is 500.
Didn't he give one that was
and
600?
The forecast is calling it for it to get better between now and 1500 Zulu. It should get a little bit better. I think 1,500 feet at 1,500 Zulu. But I'm trying to find Boston also.
The controller's making this recommendation, like, I think Bradley's the best.
Yeah, you got to say how much fuel you have. See if you could do that.
Which could be kind of like late morning. Things are going to be looking better out there. The problem is they may not have the fuel to hang out until that gets better. If that's their only plan, that's going to just add to the stress level. So to say something, I don't know what time. I don't know what time this is happening. We might find out here later, but 15Z could be several hours. They probably don't have several hours of fuel to hang out. So watch this.
Okay, the other thing that we could try over here, because we've got a trend showing it's the ceiling at JFK is also improving a bit. I could try a VNAV approach, a quick VNAV approach over here.
Okay.
And see, it can take us down in a situation like this because we're really, stuck and there's no fuel.
Killing 200. And I'm showing Newark just had a special, and they're showing 400 overcast. They just had a special at 1205 Zulu, so about 6 minutes ago.
Okay, so it's a bit better now in Newark, is that correct?
Yes, sir. The weather came up to 400 feet overcast at Newark.
Then we can possibly try for Newark as well.
Air India 101 Heavy, turn left heading 250. And just advise me your current fuel remaining in minutes.
Definitely 250 will come back to you, Air India 101.
Okay.
Really not loving the fact that he doesn't want to tell him his fuel. If I'm the controller, I'm like, this is the second time I've asked you, and you keep telling me you want to come back to it. It doesn't really matter, really, at the end of the day. He has whatever he has. He can't get more, right? But I'd be thinking, oh man, is this guy not telling me because it's a real problem? It doesn't really matter because he can't get more on there, so they got to get him on the ground. But I think he's trying to figure out, like, what kind of window? Are we working with like a 2-hour window, or are we working on like a 20-minute window? That's what he's trying to get from him. And the fact that the pilot's not telling him, I'm guessing, is because they're busy, focused on what they need to do about finding an airport, getting the weather and the performance for, let's say, Newark, if that's where they're going to go try to shoot and approach and land there. They're trying to get that done. And they're thinking, it's not important what my fuel is, like, get me on the ground. That's what I think is probably happening. So I think the pilot is going to do is he's going to line up on this.
Don't they already have that loaded up, though?
Fly it as an L,
I mean, they have to
kind of a strange way to do it. The reason it's strange is because
finish, like, the preparations, but they have, like, the calculations done,
I don't know
right?
if there's something broken on the plane or how old this audio is. But
This is
they
a backup
should have been able
airport?
to fly this normal approach to be able to get into land, and it would have been completely fine. And it's a backup option to doing a normal ILS approach. And there's a few different options with how low you can go depending on their performance on their aircraft. JFK also has one of these approaches, and they can get them down to 500 feet off the ground. Newark has one that gets them to 600 feet off the ground, and that's just doing the basic, not even the special version of these that gets you a vertical path that gets you really low to the ground that they have today. So I don't know if they didn't have it or the plane wasn't capable for it. I don't really know. But it sounds like the weather's improving in Newark. Not enough to what they need, but again, in an emergency situation, if it's 400 feet, let's say, and you can get your plane pretty close to 400 feet where you can see the ground or see the approach lights, and you're dealing with a crisis situation, a Mayday fuel situation, you can start breaking rules. Under normal circumstances, when you hit that minimum altitude, you got to go up and go around. However, when you're in a Mayday fuel situation, you can start breaking rules if it's in the interest of safety for the plane to safely land. Meaning, the deck is 400 and you get to 450 and you can't see the ground, but you're going to run out of fuel if you go back up in the air again. That to me is interest of safety. Hey, look, we don't have a choice. We're going to have to break this rule to get underneath.
All right, folks. I'm getting bored and I got to hop off anyway. I'm going to play a track and we'll wrap this up. Next time, probably going to go back to Try Hack Me again. I still have some more rooms to do. So, y'all have a great one. I'll see you in future content.